5:18. Some announcements before we get started. There's a complete list of current openings on the new town website on the volunteer tab. There was a volunteer appreciation open house at the Sage Center early this afternoon. Complete schedule of select board and FinCom budget and article review meetings. You can find that online. That's from the homepage, correct, Angus? The Springtown meeting.
I'm sorry.
The list of the schedule.
Yeah.
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 And finally, save the date. Our spring annual town meeting will take place on Monday, April 27th. Item A, public comment. Anybody wishing to make a public comment tonight? Okay, move on to item B, town manager updates.
All right, thank you very much. Last Friday, the Mass Municipal Association hosted its where they have periodic legislative breakfasts, and they invite city and town officials to come in and essentially get briefed on the state budget, different bills that are either recently enacted or that are pending that they think that cities and would have a particular impact of cities and towns. So Rebecca and I went to that. It's very worthwhile. It was well attended. There was a staff member from Senator Tarr's office, and they covered a lot of ground, as you can see from the presentation slides that are in the packet. There are some issues that will have impact on West Newbury, including the new clean energy siting and permitting bill. That's a mandate that we'll be dealing with this calendar year. There was some updates on the state's financial situation. It looks like their collections year to date are actually trending ahead of what they had forecast. So obviously our hope and MMA's hope is that some of that money would come back to cities and towns, whether in the form of unrestricted government aid or Chapter 70 or otherwise. There was an opportunity at the end, obviously, to have some discussion and questions. And one of the topics that I brought up was the new requirements taking effect next spring on the accessibility of websites and the impact that I anticipate that having on every city and town, but certainly the smaller communities with limited staff. I think it's going to be devastating to every city and town. But to my surprise, it really hadn't been on the radar of the MMA policy people. As you know, it's not a state mandate; it's a federal mandate. And but they were very interested, and when I spoke up about it, others in the room were like, yeah, this is a big problem. So that opened up some dialogue. I followed up with forwarding the write-up I had sent to Senator Tarr, Rep Ramos. I sent that to Dave Kaufman, the policy guy, MMA, and also Senator Tarr's staff person who hadn't seen it. So you know, I think that's percolating. It was definitely a worthwhile event. The next update is the town ballot question. This is obviously came out of last Thursday's select board meeting. Residents can expect to see a question on the ballot for May 4th that would have the effect of prohibiting recreational cannabis uses, namely retail, processing, and cultivation. So that will go to a vote on May 4th, and that would need to be adopted both by town meeting and by ballot, because West Newbury was a yes community in the 2016 statewide referendum.
Those majority votes are the 2/3.
I think it's majority.
Yeah, because it was close. It was 52 to 48 or something like that.
No, I mean on our votes at the.
Oh.
I think it's majority. I haven't asked that specific question.
Somewhere I saw, I thought 2/3 on one of them.
Okay, yeah, we can verify that with town council. But I know that's not, and you guys don't know, but I wanted to put it on tonight just since the kind of late breaking news. It does seem that the information is starting to get out through Facebook, but hopefully, you know, people can help spread the word that that is going to be an option available to voters this spring. Construction updates. The Middle Street Bridge is they're not yet resumed construction after taking the break over the winter, but there was we did get confirmation. Jenny and I had a call earlier today with the finance director that the city had in fact appropriated $625,000 for this in September of 2024. And somehow that hadn't been, they didn't know that, but they did. And that's good news because that is more than will be needed. The recommended amount had been significantly less than that. And that had actually been scheduled for a city council meeting tonight. But as you know, there was turnover in the finance director position and, you know, things happen, but it turns out they did appropriate that money and therefore there's no new appropriation needed. So both the city and the town have more than enough money appropriated to close out the project, including the anticipated change orders. Second one, the pickleball courts. Butch met on site with Mark Heimlich, the owner of the contractor, last Thursday, along with Doug Mead, the park and rec chair. They had a great site meeting, and Butch had provided a detailed kind of walkthrough of the remaining work necessary to bring the courts online. Under the Concom permit, they can't begin work till after April 15th. And the top course, they'll kind of shim the base course, make sure it's level, and then they'll do the top course of paving. That has to cure for 3 weeks before they can do the painting and striping, so that the tar from the paving doesn't leak through the painting. So, obviously there's going to be the fencing and the signage and the paths, so, and the nets and the posts. But it's there's a very clear kind of path set out, and Butch is doing a great job, as you would expect, kind of managing that project. And with the pending proposal going to town meeting for the new path connecting back to the snack shack, if that is to be approved by voters on April 27th, that could potentially allow that to all come online at the same time, which would be the goal. And I included in here the memo that Caitlin put together on the getting the courts built into my rec. That she did a real nice job with that, and that's topics the Park and Rec Commission will take up on Monday night in their meeting, along with selection of court colors. And so, yeah, for people interested in the court, I think the Park and Rec Commission Monday evening would be pretty good.
Can I ask a question? Or
Yeah, of course.
she talks about, and I love the information she's got in there. She's doing a nice job. Maximum reservation limits, which is item number 4.
Mhm.
One thing that might be helpful to put in there is how far in advance they can reserve them.
Good,
I
yeah,
know a lot of times people go, I'll take the next 8 months.
right, yeah, that's a
Groups
good,
other people.
that's a great point. Yeah, and we have set that up for other field use reservations, as I think you know, so that's a good heads up. Great, thank you. And just for those who are watching from home, the online reservation would be available to residents only. The courts will be open to the public, but if someone books a reservation, that would be priority. If they showed up and it was open play, the reservation would take precedence. And then on Page Pipe Safe Crosswalk, I mean, this is nearly done, but I wanted to include it on here just in an acknowledgement that, you know, for people who drive by and see that the, you know, crosswalk striping, you still have the old striping there, the new striping is not fully in. That's because they can't do that in the winter months. So that is, you know, that is not complete. And that the striping and then just cleaning up some of the landscaping, just as you would expect after a winter. So there's very little punch list items. But that project's not formally closed out yet, and that's gonna happen this spring. The Route 113, right now we have a couple of design projects that are under contract with the vendor. They are not something we're moving forward at this moment. It's something that we would not resume until we have a clear path forward in terms of both direction from the board as to where these fit within the overall priorities. But also to make sure that we have the capacity to administer these with the you know, work that needs to get done, including significant public input. But I did want to let the community know that we do have funding in place through state grants and contracts in place with our traffic engineer TEC for both the library town hall crossing, where we have survey complete and we have a conceptual plan complete. And then the town center traffic calming, where we have survey complete and have not done anything else because we told the engineer, we don't want them to put pen to paper until we've had an initial public meeting and got people's ideas. So that way, when we do have that meeting, whether that's, in June, or whether that's not until September or October, whenever that happens to be, the initial meeting, it's not gonna be people responding to a proposal. It's gonna be an open-ended, like, what do you see? What are your thoughts? What are your ideas? And then the designer will be put to work. In terms of the calendar, though, this is important to keep in mind. The library town hall crossing, the terms of the funding would allow that to be complete as late as June 30, 2027. But the town center, where that's been under contract for a while now, that does need to be complete by December 31st of this year. So those are kind of in the pipeline. Updates on hiring processes. We have narrowed the field for the Council on Aging director position down to a short list of finalists. And we have the finalist interviews scheduled to take place early next week with the Council on Aging board on Tuesday, and gave them a more detailed overview of the finalists and their profiles and their backgrounds. So we're very strong finalists. I won't go into all that detail now, but I think the Council on Aging was very pleased with the caliber of candidates, as well as the process that we set out for the finalist interview, which will include a mix of a formal sit-down interview, but also a much more informal opportunity for each of the finalists to do kind of a meet and greet with the Council on Aging members and other COA staff. And Christine will be part of that as well, showing them around the facility, the food pantry, the annex, and so forth. Other hiring processes, we are for the assistant clerk and the human resources manager. Both those jobs were posted some time ago, and we're in process of narrowing down the applicants to invite for first round interviews for both positions. The assistant clerk, the application deadline was yesterday. As of then, we had 45 applicants, and we're continuing to, like I said, shortlist those. On the human resources manager, the application deadline was March 5th. And there were 33 applicants, and we're getting close to where we have, we're working to get a short list on that as well. And then I included the recent land planning working group agenda that just gives you an overview of some of the topics we're dealing with at a staff level. So if there's any questions on that, I can go into it, but I think it's largely stuff that you're kind of well aware is underway.
Any questions, Chris? All right. Other ongoing projects, or that's it?
Actually, Butch attended a meeting yesterday with MVPC. This was on transportation planning, and he briefed me on that. It sounds like it was very worthwhile. He was very glad he went, and he plans to go back. So that was a really good experience, and I think that maintaining our visibility with those regional transportation planning efforts is going to be really important as these potential future projects on 113 in particular, where that's a state road, to keep a high profile for what we're trying to get done there. For when the time comes for the regional transportation planning funding, it's very important that we not just show up like once a year, but that we're a sustained presence. It's tougher for a small community to do that because we don't have the manpower, but I was very appreciative that Butch went, and I was very glad that he found it very worthwhile. So that was good. And also working with Butch on, we had a request come in for a new street light down near Garden Street, and so we've been working on that. We don't have a formal policy of how street lights get added, but we did have that policy in my last town up north. So I shared with him a copy of that, and I think that's a really good process to follow. So he just submitted a report to me today on his what his thoughts were on that. So that's something you can expect to hear more about.
Who made a request for a street?
I can't remember.
I mean, is it a resident?
A resident.
Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't know it was Butch or.
Yeah, no, a resident. And there was also a request that had come in a couple of years ago down on Whetstone Street that at the time, I think I think Wayne was still here. It was a couple of, it might have been 2022 even, but at that time I had followed that same process. I had sent it to Chief Dwyer, and I'm pretty certain it had been shared at a select board meeting, and there hadn't been determined to be a real need for it, so it didn't go forward. But I did send that same request to Butch, say, hey, you take a look, because he hadn't been in that position at that time, so he'll look into that one as well. And I guess one other thing is the LED streetlight conversions are underway. I think I sent around a report that we've got from National Grid in the last few days where that's some have been converted, some haven't. That's part of they're taking a phased approach, and that'll be complete in the coming months. I was actually surprised when I heard that we hadn't heard from residents. I didn't get a single call of someone saying, oh, there's new street lights. So I think that's good.
They didn't notice.
Yeah, it doesn't seem that anything so far has been jarring to people.
Okay, is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Under C, action items, we have 3 special event permit applications. See, we have Rich here. Hello, how are you?
I'm great. How are you? Hi there. How are you? Hey, folks. Thanks for having me tonight. I appreciate it.
Sure. Can you hear us, Rich?
I can. Can you hear me? Great.
All right, so we'll start with the June 28th application. Any comments or questions?
Just a question out of curiosity, it says 900 attendees. How many did you have last year?
The 900 includes the 5K registration. So forgive me, that's both races, and the 5K doesn't make its way into West Newbury. So we had closer to 500 in the half marathon that comes into West Newbury.
So similar numbers this year?
Yeah.
And just for clarity, because I looked through these, all 3 of the applications, with the exception of the cover page, are basically identical.
They are. We do the same race on 3 different dates. We call it the 3-peat challenge. We've been doing it that way for a few years now, but it's the exact same course on each of the days.
Then just 2 comments. Number 1, none of the forms are signed, which they should be. And then the last comment I'll make is more for the board. I like this insurance limitation, but much higher, $1 million, which I don't think $1 million gets you much anymore. We ought to be looking at that on other events.
Yeah, so we have 2 million general aggregate and commercial. Right?
He's got 4 and 2, each occurs 2, 4 total, yeah.
So who would evaluate that, our insurance carrier?
We would, it's something that I would do based on the direction of the board. I can tell you back in 2018, I believe it was, it was actually changed. It used to be 1 and 3, and it was changed to 1 and 2 in consultation with the board at the time. But also at the time they were looking to, Archie specifically was looking to raise the limit on the ambulance COI to 10 million. And I checked that with our insurance carrier. They felt that was accepted, so that change was not made. But I remember in my first couple of months on the job, I was working with insurance on what were the appropriate limits, and at that time it was advised 1 and 2, but that was 8 years ago. So that's
Visiting. Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, we gotta get the form signed, that's all.
Yeah. So, I didn't see temporary signage in here. Do you typically put out signs, Rich, to let residents know?
We do, and forgive me, the form that I'm looking at has a note under temporary signage. The yes box is checked and it says race arrows and mile markers. So we do generally put those out in advance. And then we have a cleanup crew that follows behind the last runner to take those signs down. So the race ends at 11 and our crew is following behind them between 11 and 12 noon, gathering up those signs. And again, the the form that I'm looking at, I do have a signature across the bottom dated December 18th. So forgive me if that didn't find its way into you folks. I'm happy to follow up and send that in. Certainly want to make sure that everything's done properly.
Yeah, we updated our form, so you have the original with the signature?
Yes, I have the originals. They might not have, I think it was a DocuSign, so it might not have come through in the PDF, but I do have
Okay,
signatures and he did
That-
submit them.
That's exactly what I have. It's a DocuSigned PDF form. So if you would prefer a hand signature, I'm happy to do that. Whatever works.
no,
Once
that's
you
fine,
got it, that's
yeah,
all.
so can we correct that, so?
Yeah, I can try to figure that out.
Okay, all right, thanks. All right,
Make a motion, we approve the special event permit for the Town and Country Half Marathon on June 28th as submitted.
probably approve all, yeah.
I do make a motion, we approve all three, including the IPA Half Marathon on July 19th and the Fort Run Half Marathon on September 27th.
Seconds. Favor? Aye. All right, Rich, you all set?
Thank you so much. I appreciate you including me on the agenda tonight.
Sure.
Thank you, pretty good application, thank you.
Oh, thanks so much. Have a great night.
Yeah. All right, next item is to take a look at a professional development reimbursement policy. So in the packet is both the proposed select board policy, which would apply to board, committee, and commission members, and it also mentions employees. So we have the financial reimbursement policy for employees also in the packet. We just want to make sure we're consistent. So I guess the first question, Chris, is, did you want to have employees mentioned in this as well, or just board of committee members?
I hadn't thought about it because they were both listed there, that's fine, see.
Yeah, the intent in drafting it was to just have some consistency between departments.
What shows us a delineation between the two,
Yeah.
so I like that. One thing I would do is, because you just want separation, I would highlight the board, committee, and commission members in bold, and then I would highlight the employees in bold, so draw your attention that these are two distinct
Mhm.
policies. No, not policy, but two different, you're addressing two different entities for the same policy.
Yeah, so Angus, a question on the first paragraph. I had made some changes that don't seem to be in this version. If it's coming from the select board line item, I wondered if you are the town manager is the appropriate person to receive these inquiries, or whether it should just go to the select board chair or whoever it's.
I think probably the chair, yeah.
Okay, so I would make that request or make that revision.
I wondered about that, but I didn't know if it was left with the town manager because the chair's not always here, so I didn't know.
No, I had changed.
Okay.
Let me just see if there's anything. So I guess the main thing here is that board and committee members would not be reimbursed for having a professional certification or a license, because it's not a requirement of a job. Whereas employees would. And then the other distinction, I guess, for employees is that airfare would not be reimbursed.
It doesn't say that.
That's, so I think there was a draft that you sent me on Monday morning, I think.
Over the weekend, and then send it back, and then I made changes as well, so I don't think that's what.
Okay, so you sent me back a different version on Tuesday morning, which I then sent to Jenny, who shared her own comments.
Mhm.
And I had to leave the office Tuesday on short notice, and I told Rebecca to put the latest version in the packet.
Mhm.
So that's what's in there. I'm not sure.
Okay,
I don't know between, I think the work cut, because your comments were not
I didn't.
edits to the policy. Right, you didn't see anything after the one that I
I
sent you
didn't.
Tuesday morning, and I don't know. Yeah,
Okay.
so if it's not the right draft, then we need to make sure it's the right draft.
Want to take a time out, you want to modify it?
I mean, I personally had an objection to the airfare prohibition, so, but it's not my call, it's your policy, but. That was in the comments that I had sent you.
yeah, I mean, my thought on that is that, it seems to me we're a small town, and that professional development regionally or locally, would not require airfare. I would like to stay away from. I mean, I want our employees to feel satisfied professionally, but I don't want them to gain certifications that will just allow them to go to a bigger town and, you know, be successful. So that was my thinking on that, airfare should not be included.
I do think if there's gonna be an amendment to, that, you know, it should really be an amendment to the employee reimbursement policy.
Yeah, so that was my thought to start here.
Okay.
Rope in Board of Commission members and then translating the changes to the financial policy. What are your thoughts, Chris?
My question is, do we need to specifically exclude airfare?
Do we need to?
Yeah. You don't, and I think if you're going to exclude it by eliminating it as something that's covered, you should specifically say it's excluded.
Well, yeah,
So, and if, to Angus's point, if you decide that there's absolutely positively something that has to be accommodated, you could make an exception with some kind of process. I'm not sure what that would be, but it should be open-ended.
Yeah.
The other thing I would put in there somewhere is the verbiage that there will be no reimbursement for an individual who has not obtained prior written approval in the town that you're selected.
Mhm.
But it's very clear, if you go ahead and book this and then come in after you're done, you're gonna get reimbursed.
Yeah, I would
Is
have
in
a,
our policy that it's supposed to be prior,
but that's for out of state travel in our policy. That's not for. Like, I mean. I think that's, to me, that goes too far, in terms of. Like, we had the treasurer collector today went to a luncheon down in Linfield. To learn about health insurance and investment policy, and I knew she was going. But lots of staff go to those kinds of regional luncheons. And the suggestion that they wouldn't get, I mean, the suggestion that
Right,
it's
so
a good
maybe-
use of the town manager's time to be personally, because.
But then what happens if somebody books airfare?
Well, they can't, because the policy requires for out-of-state travel advance approval.
Put a dollar limit on it, then
Yeah, that could be, I just think it's, you have to. You know, a department head is a senior staff person, so if they have a travel and training budget. I don't personally want to be involved with every. Person, you know, every staff person, I think that's not a good use of the manager's time, and I don't think it's appropriate for senior staff who oversee a department. To have to seek the town manager's permission for one of their employees to go to a luncheon in Boxford.
Well, we're not talking about luncheon. This was designed to prevent very expensive
Okay.
conferences and airfare, that,
Well, what Chris said, I was hearing as no reimbursement without prior written approval. And people put in for mileage to go to things.
so maybe a dollar limit, or that could be. My suggestion is that we agree on the board of commission part of this tonight, and then work on the employee part. Going forward, that's not all right, or doing it.
no, but
What other changes did you have?
we generally have reimbursement for conference fees and admission. It's not in there, it's just indirectly, that would be one of the costs.
Mhm.
That is reimbursed, I'm used to them, so.
Let me see,
How are you? How are you?
okay. All right, so I think what we should do is, let me get the other version, and then so if you have notes, I'll incorporate yours, and then you can go for the next meeting. Is that good? Okay. Let's see. And so the next item is to review the work plan and consider the changes to priorities and planning, just. Let me go on time.
About 12 minutes.
Yeah, we don't want discussion, I think. Back to it after the.
Yeah, let me do that. So we're gonna table, action item C until after the joint meeting with FinCom before we go into executive session. Let's see. So discussion items, the first is, start time and location for the Springtown meeting. What are our options here? It's in the annex.
I would think the annex would be sufficient. I don't have any reason to think we would have. More than 180 to 200 people, which it can accommodate.
Okay,
And, in terms of start time, as you know, traditionally it used to be 7, sometimes it's been 6 or 6:30. So it's totally your.
and what was it last time, do you remember?
I
Was
think
it
the
6?
fall was, you wanna check that? I thought it was.
It's at 7 p.m.
Fall was at 7?
Yeah, the website, or at least the calendar that they have on here says Monday, November 3rd, 2025, 7 p.m.
Seemed like it was early.
I think it was.
I thought it was too.
Well, what do we think is reasonable? I mean, is 6 too early?
Not for me, I wonder what people travel from work.
Right.
You know, sometimes that stragglers and delay the meeting too, so.
You want to say 6:30?
And I think 6:30 would.
Okay. You're still looking at us?
I've got the, yeah, it says 7 p.m. Yeah, the fall. I thought it was wrong. That's right from the town clerk report of proceedings.
All right, and then the final discussion item is on the organizational assessment. I had a call with the vendor that we chose earlier this week. And talked about the potential to involve the community in this. He is meeting with his project team next week, but he did have some preliminary ideas. He was thinking of, before the assessment started, doing a forum just to explain what the town manager form of government is. And then to follow that up with a survey to residents. See where it is.
But that's one of the more.
I can walk around. And then they would do the organizational assessment, but we have the scope in terms of, engaging board and committee chairs and so forth. There was some kind of concern about how many committees we have. Deal with that many, so we may have to do some, selection of the ones we think are most relevant. And let's see, where's the note. I think that's it. So he sent me a copy of their letter of relief today, so I'll take a look at that and maybe the next meeting can the other thing he said is 3 months is very ambitious for work this time. He would propose 4 to 6 months, which I think will still be fine. What I didn't want to do is wait till June started.
Doesn't have the gate number on here.
So that's it on that. Any questions? Nothing like that.
I was just going to dovetail with HR hire. I was, have those in place. Okay.
Which maybe that's on agent director. Yeah.
But again, you know, I don't take a time out, but a nice sequence for the way.
Well, we had talked about that. We felt that the HR manager was critical. We decided moving forward with that. Okay, correspondence.
Sure.
This was one of.
Item A, we have a final letter of approval on our WTA zoning district, so it's officially done. And we are in compliance, which is even better.
Just that easy.
This deserves a round of applause, actually.
Anything on the new state mandates on the public health? That's all information we have seen.
Yeah, just, you'll hear more about the safe one tonight as well.
And then, just the new state mandates regarding clean energy.
Yeah.
Right, so.
Sam is needed, so it's totally on top of that one. Very knowledgeable on that, so he could provide a briefing.
Okay, So we'll take up item D. No, item C, and then future agenda items following, the joint meeting.
Great.
Actually, we have 6 minutes. Do you want to talk about future agenda items?
Yeah.
What was your thoughts putting that on here? You open that?
Oh, it just had been carried on, on a couple of earlier agendas and, I think it just got put there so it didn't get overlooked.
Oh, okay. So is that a next meeting item or? Is it future?
I don't think so, based on, conversation we had with town council recently, I think that's gonna take a little more time.
Okay. All right, if we will take a 5-minute recess until all the members of FinCom are here and start the joint meeting at 6. Is Jen coming?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jim, hi,
It's on the money.
thanks, so he's improving, good.
You guys have any idea how hard it is for Greek to show up?
Oh, you can get help responding to that.
We're not on camera, Yeah. Sure. I already did.
Right.
Yep.
Did you want to ask for public comment?
Oh, yeah, it's allowed for any public comments. I don't hear any people voicing. Town manager updates?
Yep, great, thank you. So, first item is the updates to proposed, FY 27 town manager proposed / select board referred budget. As, certainly with FinCom and select board know, but, for everybody, the, FinCom this year, different than prior cycles, rather than voting its recommendations on sections of the budget as we have gone. The decision was made at the beginning of the process to vote your recommendation on the entire budget at your final meeting of the cycle, which is next Wednesday, April 1st. So we're on track with that. There are some changes that you'll hear about later tonight or that you see in your packet for tonight's meeting, such as health insurance that have a impact on the bottom line. And there may be other changes that you discussed tonight. So I wanted to make everyone aware that the select board has posted a special meeting for tomorrow at 4 p.m. The idea for that meeting is for myself to review as a board the entire budget top to bottom, all the pluses and minuses, all the kind of the bean counting, if you will, down to the granular level. And part of the intent of that is under West Newbury's form of government, where the select board refer the manager's proposed budget to the finance committee. We wanted to make sure that there is a clear record of what budget the select board is referring. So coming out of tomorrow's meeting, they will be going through the whole thing top to bottom in as much time as it takes. And coming out of that meeting, there will be a single top to bottom budget reflecting all of the meetings up to this point through tonight. And that will be sent out to you, so you will have something in front of you for your meeting next Wednesday that is very clear with all the pluses and minuses accounted for. So I think that would be very helpful. That came up pretty weak just in the last week or so, and Wendy had come forward with that suggestion. I think it's great, and I assume you guys will appreciate that as well, because this looking at everything piecemeal can be kind of choppy. So.
And the intent would be to distribute it to them by,
Depends on how late tomorrow's meeting. If we're, it might be tomorrow night, it might be Saturday.
so before Monday.
Yeah, before Monday, certainly. Yeah, for Wednesday's meeting. Yeah. Great. And next, the scheduled remaining meetings. This is unchanged from what you've been seeing throughout the process, but we like to include this on every agenda just for those residents who are watching the process from home or who may only just now be tuning in. So to the budget process. So that's got the schedule of budget review meetings and article review meetings, and that's part of tonight's packet, and it's posted to the town website, unchanged from prior weeks. So that's all I've got. The next item we've got is a reserve fund transfer, and this is an issue that Brian Richard has brought to my attention, and well, really, I think you can tell the story how it all began with Jonathan to you,
Yeah.
and so forth, but it's before you because it's unbudgeted expense that came up that's we think beyond what we can reasonably absorb in the operating budget. So Brian can speak to that.
Yeah, so I was contacted by Jonathan Seymour. There's an ongoing sewage pipe clogging at the Page School at the ground level. That services 2 bathrooms in the kindergarten and 1 staff bathroom and a sink at the bottom floor, at the ground floor level. And it was habitually getting worse. It's a cast pipe, and they've been having it jetted to clean it out. And I think the pipe was deteriorating and the jet was eating some of the corrosion from the pipe and causing imperfections in the pipe. And once you get some imperfections in the pipe, then you're gonna get habitually clogging. And we got some issues there where they were, they were paying anywhere from $1,500 to $2,000 every time they had to have it unclogged.
Mhm.
So, the plumber that I use, in-house plumber, that does all our maintenance, we scope the pipe. And we're able to, he scoped it, we were able to follow where it goes. And, we found where the issue is, there's a deflection in the pipe, either caused by the jetting system or just something that happened over time. And it's causing it to plug up all the time. And so we marked out where it was and, figured out exactly how much pipe we have to tear apart, so at the ground floor level, it's under the concrete, so we're gonna have to, saw cut on each side of the concrete. And then, dig down to the pipe, which is, anywhere from 20 inches to 22 inches, for 40 feet. And then we place the, concrete, put the new pipe in, do the bedding on the, around it. And, replace the concrete, then put the floor back in. And away we go.
How long is the job gonna take?
I think we can do it over April vacation, but I'm not sure if everybody's gonna be on board. I wasn't able to get a commitment from anybody, cause I didn't know where we were, what we were gonna end up, with money. I hate to ask people, and they put it aside and they lose out on other parts of their income. So, we are gonna be able to use some, it'll be done in-house, except for the plumbing work. And the maintenance guys from Kentucky are gonna give me a hand, and I'll have to hire one labor. And he usually works with me doing some projects in town, so. That's where it has to be replaced. I believe it's like 40 feet of horizontal pipe and 10 feet of vertical pipe.
What's the diameter of the pipe?
I believe it is 6 inches. It's either 4 or 6 inches, I can't remember. It's all cast.
Did you consider slip lining? I mean, that's done sometimes instead of excavating.
We didn't check into that, but that's pretty expensive as well. So, and then sometimes it doesn't do exactly, my plumber's been around the block 1,000 times. So he said this needs to be replaced, and looking at the images, I would agree with it. So,
It's not my say, I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's a little scary to think what the, likelihood is of other pipes under there that are gonna be, if you're gonna run.
we scoped it out, let's see, on the, was it 88 feet we got to?
Yeah.
And once we get beyond that point, it looked really good.
Oh, good.
It goes pretty horizontal, and then as soon as it gets it's in that area where that fire apparatus pump is, that goes down a level.
Mhm.
So it goes to that point, then it drops a pretty big grade, and then continues out into the parking lot, and gets out into the septic system from there. So, and it coincides with everything when they were jetting it out. The guys would only be there for like 25 minutes, and they would only put like 30 feet of jet in there, and then it would clear up pretty good.
So the 16.5 takes care of this, you'll have 11 and change for the balance of the year. How do you feel about that?
11 and change.
That's what the remaining balance in your town building improvement line.
Oh, yeah, I don't particularly like that, but. But we'll be okay.
You're gonna be okay?
Yeah, we're gonna be okay.
Okay.
You know, like
It is reserved fund transfers coming from the FinCom reserve, right?
Right, that's, yeah, that's.
What's the remaining balance of the FinCom reserve budget gonna be after this transfer, get those two?
So it was, I believe it was budgeted at 40 for the year, and there was the prior approval and of the for the organizational assessment, and a portion of that was gonna be paid, or is gonna be paid from the operating budget, 15K. So the net amount would come out of the reserve fund, and remind me, the total cost was 26K for the
Yeah,
organizational
we
assessment.
said 35.
Oh, 35. Okay, so that would leave only 20,000 remaining in the reserve fund. Does that sound right to you?
I'm showing 40,000 in it right now, at least.
Well, if it hadn't been,
We haven't spent it yet.
We voted on
No,
some.
I moved that over already.
But you encumbered it, right?
No, can you look back? We
Yeah.
started at 40?
well,
I
I'll,
thought we thought it 50.
Okay, because that's what we moved 10, right, into, side 20 in the professional and tax, that includes the 10 that we transferred.
No, it's plus that.
That's right. My right election register.
You're saying 60?
I don't remember what the. So, yeah, we could, thought we had 50, just that.
That's three different numbers.
No. 50, 60.
It's also worth mentioning, if I can't schedule these guys in on
Oh,
April
it was 50.
vacation,
I'm sorry,
then we'll
yeah, it was
have to
50.
do it in the summer.
It was 50, yeah,
That might
that's
be
right,
fine.
it did start at 40 and then. it
Well,
had-
I talked to Jonathan I think in the principal of the school, and he says, you know, you can't do it on, when people are there, obviously.
Yeah.
And which I would debate that a little bit if they're uncomfortable with the situation they're in, because nobody uses that corner. It's tucked away in the file corner. So, but they'd be more comfortable with us doing during, so if we can't get in there in April, then we'll have to do it during summer. Okay. Which I think at the end of the day, probably better in case we run into overages. Because we don't, once you pull that up, you don't really know exactly what's gonna happen.
And the pipe replacement material, Brian, will that be PVC or? will
No.
it be-
Commercially, you have to use cast,
Okay.
which is unfortunate because I think PVC would be a lot better.
Any further discussion?
If anybody wants to do a sidewalk, just to see. Yeah, familiar, I'll be available in the morning, yeah, you can see the camera footage if you really wanna see it.
I mean, I have to ask a question, or maybe we should take it, I make a motion to approve the 16,500. A reserve fund transfer for that project to replace the Page School pipe.
Second.
Ask if we establish what the balance is gonna be in the reserve account?
After the transfer?
Yeah, I know there's 50 grand in, we need some for the operational set, just make sure there's something left after this transfer.
Yep, so we already moved the money, so 40's what's left, so we take the six.
But if the total cost is 35, you said, for the organizational assessment.
25 came out of this, I think, the town manager's budget.
Well, we were able to find 15, we had the 10,000 out of professional technical services.
10 from the select board.
Right, 10 from select board professional technical. Was it 10 or 5 from town, I thought it was 5 from town manager.
Number. We asked for 25 and FinCom said you should budget a little more just in case it's over, because we hadn't received the quotes at that time, so. We'll have to go back and look at it.
Yes, we'll have to go back.
Yeah.
So do we wanna maybe table this, is that something, can you find the minutes from that transfer? Of what the amount was that was approved, I think it was only, what, 2 weeks ago?
I can actually.
Sure, that'd be great, that way we're certain what the remaining balance is before you think of it.
Maybe while Ken's looking for that, I did have a question that I was gonna bring up in the discussion portion. And I'm just assuming based on all this that Pentucket themselves, this is not their rodeo, so to speak. I mean, they wouldn't pay for this.
Yeah, under the terms of the,
Yeah.
both the lease and the regional agreement, anything over 10,000 is defined as a capital item, and that becomes the town's financial responsibility.
So the jetting has been paid for by,
I'm sorry.
the jetting has been paid for.
Yeah, they've been paying for, they've been talking the whole time.
And do you know how many times in the last year or so?
Oh, I know at the top of my head, and there's probably more than this, I know of 3 incidents. And it's getting progressively closer.
Yeah.
It happened once over the winter, and then, just recently, they did it several times. Maybe 3 times or so, so, it keeps getting worse.
Probably. That's very good enough. I don't make it. You think we can,
Just nice.
yeah. I remember once, you remember. You were.
Yeah, it was vegetable, it was a kind of vegetable.
Yes.
And it was like 25 million. And the only person who voted against it had a child with cirrhosis.
It's all vegetable things, it's like.
I have it in notes against the support. Yeah, 10,000. It was 10 months.
Six, 40 left.
40 in the minutes, so we.
Which is what Jenny.
Yeah,
So
so
it's that.
40, yeah. That's
Oh, okay, so we have the answer.
Okay. I know it's somewhere, so.
Minutes,
They ignored it because it's so.
So we have a motion, a second, any further discussion? All in favor?
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, how's that, Brian?
Okay, thank you.
Brian, appreciate it. Nice work.
Thanks for
Yeah.
So the first item on the budget, FY 27 operating budget is education. We have a simple education. Pete's here to talk to us or answer questions. Did you want to give a presentation or do you want us to just?
If you wanna ask questions, I can tell you from the Pawtucket side of things. Okay, sitting here.
Yeah, I think if you go up there, it'll probably, the mic will pick you up a little better, but.
So just a quick overview, the budget that was created, that was given to the school committee, seen. We had a shortfall, a significant shortfall. School committee earlier this month voted on option B, which was reducing the budget by $825,000. Now that's off of level services. We actually had $220,000 in needs that would have to get added, so it's actually $1,045,000. We're fortunate since then, the GIC came back. We had budgeted 15% and 12%, 15% for active employees and 12% for retirees for our health insurance. Our aggregate came back at 8.43, which was a big savings, was huge savings. So between that, we got it down to, right now, we're about 617,000 shy. Believe the school committee is going to be comfortable allowing us to move some money around. They had a significant, a good E&D this year. So use that to kind of offset some of the mess, and then we just need to try to sit and wait and see what happens with the state, what they approve for per pupil expenditure or regional transportation or special education. To see if what we'll have to do in terms of product production, but problem with the school moving money around is obviously we keep digging ourselves into a hole. We talked about this last year, I talked about it every single year, the hole just keeps getting bigger. And hopefully, at some point, either the state figures out the formula, a way that's not driving money to 30 school districts and ignoring the 283 that are held harmless. And also possibly the towns coming together and saying, look, every 5-6 years, here's a small override for the schools, so we're not constantly cutting, but it's been cuts every single year except for the override year, and not different this year. Although this year is not looking as bad as it had in years past, which is certainly what I'm hearing around the perimeters. That's.
Questions?
Will this require an override in any of the three communities?
So the coast, Groveland would be the closest. We've not had any indication as we're going to.
Okay.
And actually, when the purposeful of setting that number at 825, because that the inset, at the outset had put Merrimack just under 3%, and they had budgeted 3%. So that got them there, but just the way the numbers fell, Groveland was much higher. You all were actually much higher this year than our prior years.
Do you have a question? Good.
But appreciate you guys always.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have Representative Whittier here.
And we do have a presentation.
Okay. Good evening. These are. Super thing.
Mimeograph.
Yeah. Did you remember?
That was smells.
I was gonna say the smell.
Okay.
I was gonna say, we're still about our age.
These were just printed.
Oh, we got 2 terms, yeah.
So good evening, Chairperson Reed, members of the Select Board, members of the Finance Board, Town Manager Jennings. My name is Maureen Lynch, for those of you that don't know me. This is my 10th year as the superintendent at Whittier Tech and my 20th at the school district. So it's a place that I love and I love to talk about. This is a pretty long PowerPoint and I promise you, I will not talk about every single thing because I saw your agenda and you have a very big agenda tonight. I have Kara Cosmas with me, the business manager, and I have Kevin Bowe, the representative for West Newbury on our Whittier Tech School Committee here as well. So are you gonna be gonna wait?
We're good, yeah.
All right. So Whittier Tech building project.
You're a man on white, we gotta address that elephant in front of that.
So as you know, there's been a lot going on at Whittier Tech. So we're looking at another possible building project. We have worked with the town managers and mayors and select boards and city councilors to kind of find a path forward for Whittier Tech and what the building might need as we move forward. I know Chris Wild has been very involved and I know Miss Jennings has been very involved. I actually think you've made every single meeting. And so I really do appreciate that because this is for the kids and this is for our region and our economy. So these were some of the many meetings that we went over for the municipal building project over the last year and a half.
Ready?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So Whittier Tech building project, so as we move forward with MSBA, and I know most of you have gone through this with Pentucket, we have to look at three things. With Whittier, we have to look at four. So relocating to Whittier Tech at the Northern Essex Community Campus, building at Whittier Tech, again, building where the last building project was, renovations to the existing building, and then renovations in addition at Whittier Tech. So this feasibility study is going to be very large because we are looking at four very different options. So updates, the school building was formed, we had 2 meetings. As you move through, we're finishing eligibility. Once we finish eligibility, we will really start feasibility. We will have many more. We'll pick our OPM and we will really start to do the work about the building project. The Regional Agreement Amendment Committee, as you remember from the last building project, there were a lot of people that felt that the regional agreement wasn't fair to them. I'm not going to judge that, but you know, we've been really working over the last few months to look at different scenarios of how we can move forward with a regional agreement. It's a difficult regional agreement. It has to be unanimous and everyone has to agree. And that's 11 cities and towns with very differing, you know, interest in the process.
Is that the one that Mayor Reardon is chairing?
Actually, Angus is sharing.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, white's chair.
Prior to, if you don't mind, prior to the formal establishment of the RAC as a subcommittee of the school committee, there was more of an ad hoc, it was a series of working group meetings that was some of what Maureen was outlining. And Mayor Reardon was one of many kind of leading voices in it, but it was never formally organized. So it was more of a collaborative, you know, Chris and I were at, I think just about all of those, I think all of those. And then more recently, one of the conditions of the MSB acceptance of this into the pipeline was that the regional agreement be amended. That's a specific requirement of the MSBA for them to re-accept the project. And the timeline that was given was essentially June 30th of 2027. So it's the degree of difficulty is extraordinary. So the school committee saw fit to formalize a regional agreement amendment committee, and that's been there's both a primary and a backup representative from each of the 11 cities and towns, and there's also 4 non-voting members of the school, the Whittier School Committee on that. So it's a 15-member committee.
Yeah, and it's quite a process to change regional agreements. This is one part of the process, then it goes back to each city and town. It goes back to DESI, the final vote will be with the school committee, so it's a long process. We are trying to do this in a kind of in a condensed form. We have a lot of work to do. Because really this time next year, we'd like to have a new regional agreement because we are not allowed to move into schematic design through the feasibility process until the regional agreement has been amended. So we have a tight timeline, and he says extraordinary, and I get a little, because it's a lot of work, and we need to develop consensus and hopefully, have everyone unanimous so that we can move on. Next. So key timeframes, we are finishing up our eligibility on April 28th. We're hoping to be invited into the feasibility study. The school district did appropriate $2.5 million for the feasibility study. So that piece has been taken care of. Feasibility study generally takes 9 to 18 months. It might take us a little longer. And we're not gonna rush this process. We're gonna make sure that this process is done well and that people are informed and people feel comfortable as we move each step forward. Next. So this is the letter, what Ace was referring to. It outlines here from MSBA that we need to have the regional agreement amended as needed, before we can move into schematic design. So funding for the initial feasibility study, again, was a cost of 2.5 million. Northern Essex Community College, we're working with them, especially if the study at Northern Essex, that they would pay for that piece of the study. So we're working on agreement with that. The wastewater treatment plant study, we did a study this past summer, and we thought the tanks were in really bad shape. At the top of the tanks, there was rust and they were starting to kind of seep through. When we emptied the tanks, they were in relatively good shape. So we think we're able to do some repairs for about $700,000 over the next 2 years. That will get us, it's not gonna get us a new wastewater treatment and get us 10 years, but it might get us 5 to 8. And so that's kind of where we're heading right now as we move forward with this process. So I think it's always important, we chase after every grant, and every grant that we get does bring down the cost of your assessments. We were able to get a capital skills grant last year that we're still working through with the welding program. We put in another one, we didn't get it, but we're putting in another one next week. So those are things that we continue to do because the cost of vocational trade equipment is very expensive. And this is a way to offset those costs. So this year's capital assessment, it is up $30,000. So it's $725,000. And last year was $695,000. What we're looking to do is more of the wastewater treatment plant. We need to look at some electrical panels because those are all outdated and we need to have some of those replaced. Heating and cooling units. There are some of our classrooms. I walked in one day, there was air conditioners and it was 10 degrees outside. So, you know, our maintenance facility, our maintenance staff are working tirelessly, trying to make sure that things are working in the building. They shut off a heater, then they go back 20 minutes later and turn it back on. And it's quite a process, but we're able to keep the building up and running, but we do need to do some capital assessments before the new building or repairs for the new building. Oh, that didn't.
No, I converted it to PDF, so
Oh.
it must have, messed
Okay.
up performance.
So the assessment this year is $240,522. It's up $1,112 over last year.
Same number of students.
Same number of students.
Which is.
We're getting there. 11. So 11 students currently reside in West Newbury. I always think it's interesting for you to see where the students are in the 21 trade areas, what they're pursuing. And you really do have a crossover. The kids have all chosen different areas. The one part that is red, it's 3 students, and those are the students that are in the exploratory program. So they're choosing which trade area they're going to pursue over the next 3.5 years. Co-op, this is a huge opportunity for students. It's really important that our students get out into the workforce, try the workforce while they have the support of the school, make sure that they have the skills that they need to be successful in their trade area. So 71% of the West Newbury students are out on co-op, 24% of the juniors are out on co-op, and they became eligible in February. It's funny, back when I was in high school, everyone wanted to get their license right away. 16 and a half, we were all getting our license. That's not the case anymore. So it's a constant push for us to get kids to get their driver's license. And I think it's just very expensive for students. So enrollment, again, there's been a lot going on at Whittier over the last year, as well as a lottery. So we looked at a lottery this year that was mandated by the state because we have a wait list. We had 150 more students apply to Whittier this year than we did last year. When we looked at allotment, we looked at the last 5 years and the last 10 years, and they were basically the same, which I found very interesting. So we set up an allotment based on that. So the West Newbury allotment is a total of 11. So this year, there were 7 complete applications, 5 students were accepted, 2 were waitlisted, and 3 were enrolled. So again, this is the allotment that I was just talking about. So 3% of the seats are 1%. So this is the admissions update. If you want more information about admissions and the lottery, you can actually see the lottery online. We videotaped it. It's very transparent, so everyone knows where they are on the list. There has been some difficulties with it. You know, we've had some people that have been very upset that feel like, you know, there should be grades and attendance and discipline as part of the admissions process. And there are others that feel very passionately that it's a public school and everyone should have an opportunity. So it's been difficult to kind of navigate through that, but with a great school committee and with a great administrative team and faculty, you know, it's gonna be different next year. And so what we used to do is really make sure the kids were truly interested in attending Whittier Tech, and now we don't know that. So we'll see how this process works. I'm hopeful. So this is the lottery timeline. Online applications open on November 1st. Applications closed on January 9th, and we have the lottery on January 27th. If you're really bored, again, we can watch that online on our website. And then we have up to class. We take on 10th and 11th grade students as well. And that lottery will be held on May 12th. This is my little program. I love this program. I'm a former guidance counselor at a comprehensive high school, and it always bothered me, those students, when I sat with them in their senior year and they didn't have a plan. They knew they didn't want to go to college. They weren't sure what they were going to do. This is an opportunity for all of our cities and towns, or all of our regional schools, to send 3 students from their school over to Whittier Tech to go through an exploratory program. It's an 8-week program. They visit 8 different trade areas. And then the great thing about this is we have the summer program that backs up to that those students can further their education in those programs. And those programs are free. And those are free by the state. So this is really an opportunity for a student to really, if they're not sure what they want to do, go through the exploratory program, see what they want to do, and then eventually, if they choose, go into our summer programs. And, you know, we're seeing a lot of that, a lot of, you know, students that know they don't want to go to college or can't afford to go to college, or for whatever reason, this has been a great program. And Dr. Bartholomew has been very supportive of it and sends students every year. So these are our adult education updates. You know, I know that we have an adult education program, so if you come to Whittier Tech on a Monday or Wednesday night, it is like the school had never closed. And so we really feel passionately that we are, you know, involved in training electricians and plumbers. We also have some enrichment programs that we love to do for our community. I think someone over here, Dr. Bartholomew, did beekeeping. Yeah. So there's just really great opportunity for people if they want to take advantage of it.
Excuse me, the 3 people that are there for the exploratory, those are the 3 freshmen that are involved?
Yes, yeah. So again, this is the CTI program. This is the program I told you about. It's a 200-hour program for students that have graduated from high school that are unemployed or underemployed. So there are adults in the program as well. And they receive the training. We provide them job readiness skills, resume writing, interviewing. We have companies come in, we do a job fair. It's really been a very successful program in the summer. And we do a big graduation at the end, which is amazing. And to see the kids really excited about kind of what's next for them, that they didn't necessarily know could be available. Community service, you know, we believe in giving back to our community that gives us so much. So we are doing little libraries. So I don't know, Chairperson Reed or Mr. Weil, if you want to come to Whittier and choose your library or where you want to put it, but we will be coming to you soon. This was a great opportunity for our kids in our carpentry program. And then our Skills USA students, you know, did a book drive. And so we will have books filled for that library. So it was really a fun project. Now we're trying to figure out, you know, how we do the post. You have a post, if we dig it, you gotta call DigSafe. So we're working through that piece of it, but it's been a really fun project. We received an early college designation 3 or 4 years ago at this point. We have a lot of students heading over to Northern Essex Community College, receiving courses, and actually there's a video on our website today that I just approved. We have a student that he was on the video, and he's received 24 credits when he graduates from Whittier Tech. So He's well on his way to his associates and eventually his bachelor's degree, if that's what he chooses. First generation, and that's a lot of our students, first generation college students, gives them the opportunity to try out college again, while the support system's with them at Whittier. And it's been a very successful program this year. So we have 213 students enrolled. These are our technical areas. I won't go through every single one of them, but we have 21 trade areas. Last year, we did close construction, craft laborers, early education and care, and design and visual communications. And it really was based on enrollment. You know, we say the money follows the kids. Our students were really interested the last few years in electrical and plumbing and HVAC. So those positions went into those areas so that we can continue to give kids the trade area that they choose to want to go into. Is that it? All right. So I know we went through this very fast. That's why I wanted to make sure you had a copy with you. If you had any questions, you know, feel free to give me a call or anything else like that. So. Great, thank you. Yeah, that's it. All right.
So any questions on the budget itself? Yes.
No, but just a comment, you know, the RAC committee, at the very beginning of the process, the enrollment's 1,282. That's another issue that's gonna be very dicey, because some of the communities wanna see it grow, other communities can't afford to have it grow. So that's gonna be another whole part of the discussion.
It's gonna be extraordinary.
There'll be a lot of extraordinary things if we get there.
At this point, is there any, one option that stands out above the others, or are they all being considered?
They're all being considered, but obviously the opportunity to work with Essex and do something really different is exciting, and but we need to make sure again that it's the right decision for our community, for our kids. There's really amazing opportunities with that if we can figure out how to do that and do that well.
What's making you look at all four options? Seems excessive.
No, I don't think so. We'd have to look at 3 anyway. We would have to look at building on site in a renovation addition or renovation. The newest piece of this is looking at Northern Essex Community College.
And Dan, that's per MSB. They require you come in, look at all the options. They don't let you come in and say, this is what we want to do.
And what you did 2 years ago or so doesn't count.
Once you get back into the pipeline, you have to start over.
They did try.
Yes.
We tried very hard. We actually wrote a letter that all 11 communities signed on to that was sent to MSBA because Maureen had run that request to MSBA, you know, I don't know, summer or early fall, and they had said, no, the prior feasibility study needs to be done from scratch. And at this, prior to the RAC, when it was more of the working group, a lot of people felt that feels like not a good use of money to re-spend to do, you know, the same study, but, and we wrote, I think, a very well, reasoned letter, that went out in November to MSBA, and they sent us a response, and essentially they didn't agree to that, but, as the discussion went on, as recently as January, February, the meetings we had, more and more of the communities were coming around to the idea that, you know, there, as part of the run-up to the vote in January 2024, there was some question or concern among some of the taxpayers in the region as to whether the study, you know, there was questions as to the validity of the study, whether that's valid or not. That was part of the perception, and you know, we all know how that vote ended up. So I think everybody really came around to the idea that, you know, just start fresh, do a new study. Obviously, when the school committee agreed to fund that out of their existing reserves without adding to the FY27 assessments, that obviously took a little of the sting out of this as well. But I think everybody kind of felt that starting from scratch with just, you know, fresh start. So, I mean, Chris, I don't know if you want to add to your
No,
perspective.
this the community, again, doesn't agree with the original study. And they're also thinking maybe valid options to renovate the current project. So there's a lot of resistance and a lot of different directions on this committee. And the other curiosity somewhere in here, I was looking at the numbers, Haverhill, I mean, you know, our assessment this year is $240,000. Theirs is 9.5 million, so. You know,
How many kids do they have for being?
yeah, well, the majority, right? They 20% of the district, I believe, close to that. You know, so they, whatever we change in the agreement financially could impact them significantly, so. You got all the way from them to us there, and then you got other communities who are even saying maybe they're gonna leave the district too, so it's amazing.
Extraordinary.
There it is again. So what's the biggest hurdle in getting the regional people to agree? Is there anything that stands out like?
Obviously, the capital assessment
Yeah.
piece of it, and how that is shared within the group, and, getting unanimous consent on that is going to be extraordinary. But I do think what I'm really excited to see is that people are really coming together and sitting at the table and trying to work through this, and nobody's, gotten up and said, I'm out. Everyone is still trying to find a path forward, and, I just think that's really amazing, and it says a lot about our community, so.
What falls in under other educational assessments?
Anything that's other, I have that question with the business manager all the time, but it could be books, it could be supplies, it could be transportation, it could be just fun.
Okay, all set?
Thank you.
All right, and then the final education budget is, as it's, any questions on that? That was in the package. Okay. All right, so we'll move on to water. It's Jack still with us, or did he go on a plane?
Jack, are you still there? Yes, he is.
Did you ever just say Jack?
Still here.
All right,
I'm gonna keep my audio up. I'm in the middle of a terminal.
okay. All right, so does somebody from the water department want to present?
Well. Depends where you wanna start, I guess.
Oh, yeah, we're here to discuss your budget, so we look to you to give us an overview.
So the overall budget is going to be $1,194,975. That is going to include, if I can do it on here. This is a little bit different format that I'm used to, so. Wages and salaries, $316,951. Insurances, $78,325. Expenses are going to be $444,024. Debt service, going to be $247,332. Extraordinary unforeseen, we're going to keep it 20,000. And that is, but here again, this may change. The 1,194,000 will be raised from enterprise receipts. The 1.135555 million, and 59,000, 59,820 taken out of retained earnings. And $88,343 is raised and appropriated from the general fund. And are allocated to the water enterprise fund for, its indirect costs. So that's pretty much where the budget was at.
Mom, any questions?
I do think, I don't wanna, I mean, I've been to a number of the water commission meetings these last several months, and in addition to the posted meetings, I know they've been meeting, just about weekly, with a member of the commission, Mark, and I know Rob's been helpful with that. So I don't wanna put, Jack on the spot, but I know he's personally done a great deal of work looking through detailed expense history, and they've really got, I mean, you see a detailed breakdown of the budget here, but beyond this, there's kind of a hyper detail that Jenny's done an expense export of every penny that's gone through that department the last few years, and I know Jack has, and Mark and Rob and Bob have gone through that, so I don't know if you want either Jack or someone to kind of talk about the method that they did, because I think in my observation, it's been a very rigorous process this cycle, and I think that warrants some recognition, just in terms of the, I think they're very conscious of obviously the impacts the rates and had, and part of that also was driven by necessity because the revenues year to date are trending a little behind what they thought. It looks like the increase in the conservation rate a couple of years ago has had its desired effect of lower water usage, but with lower water usage, you get lower revenue. So Mark, I don't know if you want to elaborate on that at all.
Yeah, the conservation rate was a great idea at the time, but like Angus said, we got people to use a lot less water. We're actually 5 million gallons less this year than we were several years behind. And the revenue side of that didn't help.
That's part of why, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but that's part of why, even though the budget is going down from 26 to 27, the commission is still looking at a potential, and I would say a likely rate increase. It might be a modest rate increase, but in order to absorb that largely because of reduced revenues.
Correct. So, if I may, since Jack isn't weighing in, and like Angus,
Let's first see if he can.
well, that was why I said it the way I said.
Yeah, and let me just check. Jack, did you want to weigh in or are you able to before we move on to Rob?
Wendy, I had a hard time hearing the last part of that conversation.
So is there anything you want to share with us while you're able to about the budget process or anything of note?
Well, it was revealed to us in the last day or so about the most recent water billing is giving us an indication that maybe we are projecting a little bit low on our revenue from using the last 2 billing cycles. This more recent one is giving us some information that is saying maybe that situation is not quite as bad as we were anticipating. So we're hopeful when we get that billing completed and collections are done, that when we do decide what we're going to do on a rate increase, we'll be able to factor that higher usage into next year's projection.
Did you want to add to that?
Yes. Sorry, Gonzalez. So, as Angus said, and what we've all seen, is that we, again, went through the expenses and scrubbed them. And, I think this is maybe the 3rd year in a row, certainly 2 out of the last 3. We've reduced direct expenses, by a significant amount. We've reduced direct expenses. Those are the expenses that the superintendent and the water department are directly responsible for. They don't include things that are also in their budget, like retirement, insurances, debt service, and allocated town expenses. Biggest change that they've experienced over the past couple of years is the increase in debt service. And so they are getting pressure from the projects in the debt service that will of course continue. What we've arrived at through the work we've done this spring, which is continuation of what we've done over the past couple of years, is we're very comfortable that we've arrived at the expense budget that you can't go below. We've reduced the expenses that are directly attributable or controllable by the water department. It's basically the new floor. We know that debt service is going to continue to be at the rate we're budgeting for next year, and that will continue for a number of years. Allocated town expenses do increase, as you might expect. Insurances do increase. So they have pressures that absolutely have to be covered by the rates. What was just alluded to is we're comfortable with what we're projecting for revenues for next year. Whether it needs to have a rate increase or not is something that the board will continue to discuss. But if we did do a rate increase, what it would really be doing is paying back some of the retained earnings that we've had to pull out over the past 2 years. So if you would imagine this, the last 2 years, we're taking from retained earnings to cover the budgeted expenses. That's not a good process. That indicates that there's something awry in how we can cover the expenses, so we're gonna continue to have. This pressure, the revenues seem to be okay. But, it's not clear that when we get into doing new projects. How those are gonna be handled, and that's the reason for the two warrant articles. The two warrant articles are really, really important, I'm not talking about the article that Bob read from, the two warrant articles. Are gonna be key to understanding what the future is for the water department, so I guess I would say it is, we're holding our own right now. But without knowing what projects have to come on board and how they're gonna be paid for, without being able to do forecasting. It's just, you know, been a year to year exercise.
So these include a 3% COLA. So we'll have to back that out, right?
We use 3%.
Yeah, so the instruction was 2%, so.
We ended up using the 3%, that's what Jack used.
Hey, 3% has not been approved for.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Yeah, no, all the departments were asked to use 2% as a baseline and.
Okay. So we'll change it.
So what's driving the printing increase?
It's not actually a printing increase, it's part of one of the flyers that goes out and it does have some engineering in it. It's that CCI report you get every year, gives you all the water quality. We went from having it look like it was done in the high school printing shop to professional, something you can read, understand, and more information. And it's also, they do a DEP sign off on it so that it's all, that we're compliant with everything that we have to do for the state.
So for 26, we budgeted $800 and.
That was for just the mailing to go out.
Right.
This year, we had to come up with the engineering part of it and the work it's done with, Gemini Group, it's the company we use, it's their engineering to do, get that
It's a one-time expense?
once a year.
Oh, okay, once a year.
Yeah, once a year, we have to be, no, to stay compliant with the state, it's a once a year thing now.
So it'll continue to be in the 4,000 range, not back to the $800.
Correct, cause that 800 just covered postage.
Okay.
And before, right?
And then you're assuming that electricity is going on, so just rates, there's nothing going on where you're.
We're not adding any new motors, new pumps or anything like that, we're just thinking more rates, so.
Are you comparing it to the budget last year?
Yeah.
So the other thing about that was in going back and tracking electricity over the past several years. I think we went back to 2023, our average was actually 44,000. So the budget for last year was lower than it should have been. And it's been fairly stable, by the way, it's just, so why it was 38 last year, man, help on. Sorry.
And the other thing is the expenses that we allocate from the town, there's legal expenses in there that we spent this year. Do we anticipate to spend the same thing next year?
Hopefully not, obviously the church prospect, that took some time to untangle. That's certainly not gonna happen next year, but at the same time with the establishment of labor union, we're right now just in the initial stages of bargaining a new contract. I don't know if everyone's aware, but this newly established, the water department's unionized. So that incurs some legal costs, but generally we track every legal bill, not generally, in fact, we allocate to a pretty granular level of detail what is driving the actual legal cost of the legal amount that was carried to the indirect cost was based on both last year and this year.
And that budget amount is what will actually be charged for the year.
Yeah.
Right, so that's a figure that. For the next year, at least it's.
In 27, you already know that? You're
Yes.
gonna charge them?
Well, so it's essentially, is it in arrears? Is that the right term? Basically, the indirect costs are based on kind of this
Prior year?
year applied to the
Oh,
future.
okay.
Yeah, so it becomes, it's not one of the amounts that changes.
Got it, okay.
There's certain things in here that are handled by the finance department that are, the debt service is known. the insurance costs, while not absolutely known, is pretty close to being, yeah, right, so there's certain things that they're really fixed.
Yeah, yeah.
Can I ask a question? No?
Thanks.
Relative to the cost, you've got the salaries included in there. My concern, when negotiating with the union, I've never seen the union contract them down. So what happens if they budget this and it's a totally different number at the end of the day?
That would either be subject to appropriation, in which case there would need to be a budget amendment at the fall town meeting, or a transfer from retained earnings at the fall town. There would need to be an appropriation.
Or revenues could be higher than what we budgeted.
Well, but that still doesn't increase the approved expenditure line, if that would still need to be appropriated by town meeting. Even if the revenues came in higher, you're still limited. to
Right,
it.
but everything falls to retained earnings is the answer to that. So even if your expenses go above your budgeted amount, you do have the ability to pull from retained earnings essentially for the.
But only with a town meeting vote.
Yeah.
Yep.
If I
So-
might add on that note about the union contract, that is one of the reasons in the rationale behind budgeting the 3%. Is that nobody really has control of this. That's going to be a negotiating process.
If the impact was 3%, I'd be thrilled.
Yeah.
In the wage costs that you have there, is that only COLA, or are there any step increases there? I know there was a request for step increase.
I would ask, Jack was working with Angus on the salaries.
That we didn't carry any steps in the numbers that we. Correct.
Correct, the numbers that are-
Yeah, no.
You're not gonna back-
Correct.
you're not gonna back that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just cover it.
Yeah, Mark worked with us on the, and we had provided to Jack, about 2 weeks ago. What it would be at 2%, at 2.25%, 2.5%, 2.75%, 3%, just so they have those scenarios, but it was all based on a level staffing and COLA.
And then in comparison of the budget on fiscal year 26 versus 27 in the salary lines, I mean, the big change was really overtime, right? Like they had a lot of lower overtime. Could you guys kind of explain?
That was actually more seasonal.
Seasonal overtime.
So, you would have a lot of breaks either, so that, keep your fingers crossed, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
So we haven't had to pay for that, the overtime, for the covering the seasonal help, we haven't had seasonal help for several years, so that was able to go,
So also running the expenses and going back the way we did this year, the average was 15,000. So we budgeted 20,000. So, as Mark said, I mean, you're just hoping it will be like it was in the past.
That makes sense. And then the other thing I noticed when I kind of popped out with the debt service was so much low.
The reason for that, and you'll recall from last year's budget cycle, when the FY 26 budget was presented, there was essentially a one-time spike in the FY 26 budget, because they were double hit, because the water department had to pay off the bond anticipation notes for the debt that had been short-term borrowing, and carry the first year of principal and interest for the long-term debt. So that was always gonna be a one-time spike, which was tough for the current fiscal year. Yeah.
But again, now it's almost a fixed amount. unless we
It'll be
go out and do more debt. Yeah, right. It's gonna be what you're looking at this year, if you want to.
Couple of decades, yeah.
Couple of decades. And then, as I say, having the master plan done will lead into further discussions about what else is coming up and how to finance it.
Hopefully, we'll all be here to see the end of it.
One last question, from my understanding, the 88,000 that we then bill to the water department, is that a relief to the town budget?
It reduces what is raised from the taxpayer. Yes, that's not the reason. I mean, it is the reason, because as an enterprise fund, it needs to be financially self-sufficient. But the reason, we kind of go into that calculation based on trying to come up with an accurate assessment of what the relative contributions of the different taxpayer funded.
Oh, yeah,
Right, but I guess my point is it's not done to raise revenue, it's done to try to meet the dictate of the enterprise fund accounting. Is that how you would describe it as well?
For the most part, just to capture the true cost of,
Of running the park, yeah.
Right.
But if we budgeted 10,000 in the town and we allocate 2,000 to them, does the town budget get reduced or still the 10,000? I'm making up.
We're still appropriating the full cost, but it ties into the tax rate recap. So when the tax rate is set, there's kind of what's baked into that is anything raised other than taxation reduces what we need to raise.
So it becomes almost the same way as you handle a revenue line or some other.
Yes, exactly.
Some other source of funds that goes against what you have budgeted to spend.
One thing you'll see some backup in the packet, and we might have lost, I don't know if we lost Jack at this point, but.
Probably, because he was gonna take out just.
Yeah, so he had done a lot of research on this, but Mark and Jody were very involved as well, but this is on the so-called hydrant rental or fire protection fee or ready to serve charge. It's been called different things over the years, but you saw some documents from 17 years ago and you probably wondered what's all this about. And basically this is a very, leaving aside the amount, the imposition of this charge is very typical in water systems, because the water department is, in addition to providing service to the drinking water customers, is providing fire protection service to non-drinking water customers. So it's called different things in different communities, but it's been imposed for many, many years. And the last time it was set by an outside, like a rate study, was in the 2019 rate study that Pioneer did. And then there was another rate study done a few years later by Tate and Howard. And so that's where actually I don't know if I have it in here, but you may have noticed it was kind of level for 3 or 4 years and then it jumped and was level for 3 or 4 years. And that's because it's typically a per hydrant amount multiplied by the number of hydrants. Well, that's how it was in the 2019 study.
Yeah.
That's how it was in the 2019 study. So the proposed budget in front of you does carry an increase in that, and I would love for you guys to talk more about that, but I bring it up partly because the amount that is carried in that line is carried on in the operating budget, town operating budget, into the fire section of the budget. So the amount in the water budget as a revenue goes up on the fire side as an expense. So when you guys reviewed the fire budget, 2 weeks ago, we hadn't gotten a number yet. So it's not far off. It's off by less than $1,000, but what I carried the budget was a little bit lower than what is in their budget. So these are some of the bean counting that we'll be doing tomorrow.
And in some ways, this is the reciprocal of the indirect cost of the charge that the town charges. It's really a similar philosophy that we're recapturing some of the costs that they incur on behalf of the town. Just for note, in the last 10 years, that rate has increased only 5 times. Cumulatively, it's only gone up by 22% over the last 10 years. And whereas the water budget, not including debt service or indirect town costs, has gone up 56%. So it lags. It's clearly been lagging, whatever the basis is for it, and there's no worksheet behind it. So this will probably come out of the master study and the rate study. We'll probably have a better sense of what should be included, why, how much. But for right now, it's clearly been lagging. So this year in logic. Well, it's been, we don't know what the logic behind, but we know whatever it was. If it was properly set back in 2019, then it should have gone up by a similar percentages over the succeeding decade or whatever. And like Angus said, it's a small numbers.
So do we want to take up the two article requests? Why would you want to-
Yes,
Yeah. Okay, so the first one is, for the water system master plan update. $35,000. Mark or Bob, you wanna speak to
Still
that?
don't have the numbers directly in front of me here.
37.5 plus 75.
Right, and there's a 20% contingency because there will be other meetings that may be required, and they couldn't break it down to that, so the master plan should be in at, what, 45,000, Angus, or was it 45? It's not 45, I remember. Yeah.
45.
Yeah, 45, perfect. And this is basically so they can do a deep dive into the study of, our capital improvement stuff that we're gonna be looking at. Looking at our whole department and how we should be, in what direction we should be going.
Will they look at staffing of the department?
Uh,
And that's part of the operation.
no, staffing pretty much done. I mean, we're meeting with the staffing that we have, we're meeting the requirements for DEP, for coverage and for everything else, so they're not really looking at staffing. And water production, but they're looking at capital improvement needs to the distribution system.
The infrastructure,
Yeah, the infrastructure.
really about the infrastructure. Which right now is, as you can imagine, a great unknown. As I said, how they run the department expenses related to it are pretty well established and pretty well, able to predict out most of them. But when you get into the infrastructure and what that might do to the needed rates is unknown.
When was the last time the master plan was updated?
I don't know when the last time anybody's ever done anything towards the master plan.
Yeah, well, the Howard and Taylor and Howard have done something where
It's system study.
that was a system study, right?
Yeah, but there was something different. I think that's what Rob's thinking of. And I know it was on
Seemed like it was
the
just-
old website. I don't know if it got transferred over.
How old was that? Angus?
It was like 2001.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right. I think, right, that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
What's the water distribution study update?
That's more of, well, he can talk. It's more of the pressure, fire pressure, or the hydraulic study.
Yeah, it was a fire flows and pipe size, that sort of thing. Hiding locations, all that of everything that we have in the system to make sure that, the person that looking for fire protection at the beginning of the systems get the same service that the person at the end of the, or vice versa.
One thing that should be noted is, you've got two systems in a way out there. One is you're delivering water to houses, and then second is you're supporting the fire department and its needed fire flows, and fire flows are the thing I think that is.
That's driving the cost of all
Yeah,
the projects.
it's driving all the costs, but also it's probably the thing that's driving most of the need to get in and spend money. So it becomes something you have to attend to if you want to retain your ISO rating, for instance, as an example. We have a good rating, it's really important because that tells you how well your fire protection is gonna do if there's something that you need to respond to.
So there's two systems?
It's two ways of looking at the system, it's one system.
No, well, it becomes one pipe, but the pipe to deliver water is much smaller than the pipe to deliver fire flow.
They're not different pipes. His point is they're sizing them for fire flow. If they were
Right.
sizing this for.
If I was,
But the pipe in the ground is the big.
It's the
Yeah,
same pipe,
yeah,
yeah.
but if I was designing a system to deliver water to your house, I need a pipe this big, the storage tank this big. Now that I have to do a fire flow for your house, the hydrants around you, the distance away you are and stuff. Pipes this size, water tanks this big, this much larger. I have to also retain twice the amount of water, like.
Right.
I think it's only 30% of my water is set for drinking water. 60% is set for fire flow and 10% is set for waste, so that's how they kind of break it down. So I don't need to store that to give my ratepayers water, I need to store that to keep fire flowing down. So that if there's a fire, we have the available water
Yeah, we have to have enough water under storage to handle a big fire for about 3 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's happened.
So when they do the master study, what we'll end up seeing is that there's a need to attend to a lot of the stuff that's in the ground because of fire flow. That's what I was trying to say.
This really is, to evaluate capital needs.
Yes,
Yes.
right. This is the infrastructure. This capital needs, and you know, without pending that, you really can't get into forecasting what the debt service is gonna be, which is, you know, as you can see, debt service is a large part of the budget.
Yeah, but then the study from 2024, which studied the fire flows, is that not pertinent anymore?
The 2024 fire flows from.
Yeah.
Which one are you?
Wasn't that what we just looked at?
That's not from here.
Oh, that was, the tie and bond one?
No, that's Tatum.
Yeah, I take now, sorry. It was supposed to be, originally it was signed on for a rate study. The man that was doing the rate study passed away. They had picked the ball up, but I think they ran in the wrong direction. But we didn't get in that report what we were looking for. We got some of the information that we needed, but not everything not the questions that we needed to answer. We've gone another direction, hence the reason we're using a different engineering company in Time Bond to do that. That's what they do. They're good at it. And, you know, we'll have logic behind the answers they give us, and we'll be able to look at what our water departments.
So to answer your question, yeah, that's not needed, or it's not, it wasn't adequate.
Yeah. Okay.
Wasn't as helpful as we wanted.
So I read something that there's some evaluation of water supply as well. Is that this one or the other one for the rates?
Water supply, the rate study.
Well, that's gonna be for both of them, actually. The water supply.
Like how much we're buying from Newbury Port versus how much we get from our own sources versus, I think we have those possibilities.
Yeah, and if we found other sources, that sort of thing, and, you know, they're gonna also suggest, you know. Our pursuit and finding water, and if Groveland goes online and gets a new plant, then it can sell water at half price, we're gonna be buying it the other direction, so.
That's in this study though, right? The one we're talking about now, not the rate study?
They're gonna be addressing a lot of that in the new study.
Can I have questions? Within the proposal from Ty and Bond, I would suggest that the water department might want to look at a subheading of consideration of regionalization. The way the water department operates, it's unfortunate, it's a business model that can't work. You get the conservation rate in place, people use less water, you have no more people to sell water to, and that's the only way you generate revenue. So where does this all go in the long run? We've got, in the future, we know we don't have the numbers, but tens of millions of dollars of infrastructure upgrades with a fixed revenue base, pretty much.
Hopefully, when they do this study, they're gonna come back with that kind of answer for what we need to do. And that's what we need to sit down with it, when you get all of this study done. That's when we need to sit down, ask you and the townsfolk. And figure out what kind of a water system they want. Do they wanna be self-sufficient? Do we wanna keep buying water from Newburyport or Groveland? And be at their mercy for what they want to cut charges? And you have to also remember that they're all in the same boat we are. Their population is growing. So is ours. They are going to be responsible for their own people first. And we need to be responsible for our own. So it's gonna depend, when this final study's done, where do we wanna go as a town? What kind of a system do we want?
It may not be within the two studies that are being presented to you, question you raised. It might come after.
I think putting blinders on is not a good thing on that, because that is one of the options. The other comment I've got under number 4, capital improvements, the plan will consider the town's ability to fund the project. Well, it's not technically the town's ability, it's the water department
And you know you know what we have to,
But I'm saying, I think they have to be very cognizant, that's
Yeah,
the limiting
yeah.
issue, is the water department.
yeah.
This is
and
a
that's another
conversation
thing.
that we're gonna be, that these studies are gonna help drive when we sit and have a conversation in the future. So if I'm designing my water system to support an ISO rating for the town to keep the insurance down, and I have, everything I do is directed on fire flow, not potable water, then we have to sit down and talk about, okay, what can the town help with to do that? Because if I'm driving,
But those are two different issues, the town's ability to pay for it and the water department's ability to pay for it. And I think that be very careful when you look at that within the study.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping this master plan, will, you know, flush out where do we need to go, and then once we get that, that's what I said, we have to sit down and talk about it.
Yeah, I think the point is the scope should include that, so they
It
know.
should, I think we're going to, but I
But
mean,
it has to come from you to set the scope.
Yeah.
That's the point. You guys have any other
Any
comments?
other comments?
Make the motion, we endorse Article 8 for the sum of $45,000 for the water system master plan update.
Further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Then I'll make a motion to, execute or whatever, our Article 18, was it, for water system master plan? Eight.
Endorse.
Endorse, that's the right word. Endorse. It was an E word. Endorse. Yeah.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Unanimous?
Says,
The one with the sunset.
National. Is that,
Sunset, it was open.
what's in the article, Mark?
It's a September 2026 for the final project.
Alright, so sunset would
Twenty
be,
twenty-eight. This is gonna.
Right, FY 27, right?
27.
By the end of,
June 30th.
It's supposed to be right,
Yeah.
4 months, so.
yep, okay. So that would take you, yeah.
Yes.
Good,
Yeah.
June 2027.
yeah, June 30th, 2027.
Right in the, right.
Anybody volunteer? I'll do it. So, you will? Yeah.
Article 9. It's for the water rate study.
27, 20, 20.
I guess we've already touched on this, right?
Yeah.
Any
Ish.
questions? Chris? Questions?
Yeah, why is it broken out between two different verticals, the two different companies?
The separate specialty, water rate studies versus master plan.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be done by the same company with a different,
They'll dovetail. They'll dovetail, but they are separate technical exercises.
So they quote as different services.
Different types of technical professionals who do work as well.
make a motion, we endorse Article 9. To support the water enterprise comprehensive water rate study with some $24,600.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You're right, yes, I make a motion to approve article, endorse Article 9, water enterprise comprehensive water rate study for the amount of $24,600.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor? Unanimous? Rationale, Dan's gonna do the original as well.
Same sunset. It's the same sunset date, they have to request one.
27, okay. Yeah, two.
Okay, Article 10, to see if the town will vote to transfer funds from retained earnings to the water pension liability stabilization. $15,000.
This, as you know, is based on the multi-year model that Jenny put together, and Rob had quite a bit of involvement as well. So this is what's guided the transfers into and out of pension liability for the last couple of years on the county and the water side. And the water commission did vote to endorse the project.
The motion, endorse Article 10, transfer funds from the water retained earnings to the water pension liability stabilization fund in the sum of $15,000.
Second.
Motion to endorse Article 10.
Second. On favor, any further discussion? No, all in favor? I will do that rationale. No sense, right?
No sense of it.
Okay, we're done.
Not quite done.
Oh, sorry.
Because there's
On the
the,
revolving fund.
no, the break hill, the water, the cellular,
Which article is that?
46. This is to seek a town meeting authorization to enter into a lease for provision of cellular infrastructure at the Break Hill water tank site.
Does the town have a current site, any other cellular agreements? No, no infrastructure.
Well, there is, we don't know if there's one in the church. No, the turrets in the church on Main Street.
Oh, there is.
The church gets the revenue. That's been there for 25 years.
Yeah.
For this, I had included the memo in the packet as the backup because this kind of came up. It's something that's been talked about for a number of years, both with since Mark's been here and back when Mike Coupe was here. It come up over the years, and it's something I've had quite a lot of experience with in my prior work, particularly in Westford. It was a huge issue there. The town was really on the defensive with cell towers and more on the proactive side with getting trying to co-host as much of it on the town infrastructure. They had a number of water tanks with cellular infrastructure. So we had been contacted, just kind of a cold call outreach back in the late winter or early winter, late 2025, by a cellular provider. And I said a cold call, but it wasn't random. Like they had very specific location they were looking for, and they had done some research and understood there was town land in that area. So they had reached out initially asking, there's an email that came to me, asking how would the town feel about hosting a new cell tower. And I said, well, probably not great, but we have a water tank up there. And I talked to Mark and he said, that's something they're open to. Obviously, devil's in the details, but in my experience, as I tried to capture in the memo I sent out to the board a while back, was that in my experience, once the industry is looking, if there is a service gap under the FCC rules at the federal level, there is an absolute right of the industry to fill that gap. It's basically treated like infrastructure, even though it is a commercial use. It's not regulated like a commercial use from a zoning standpoint. There's a real fast track permitting process, and if the provider demonstrates a gap in service, that can really preempt a lot of local regulation. So I thought if the town could be proactive on offering up a site that's already great elevation, that could be a win-win in terms of you fill the need, gather the revenue, and forestall potential construction of a new tower. Because if the town does nothing, granted, it would rely on a private landowner making their land available to fill that gap, but where the price is right, that can happen. And once that's filed, the town effectively has no ability to stop it. So the idea here is to try to be proactive and to try to generate some non-ratepayer revenue for the water department. I do think that ought to be part of the discussion tonight, is where the revenue would go. That doesn't need to get worked out in detail tonight, but I think conceptually it would be great to see if everyone's on the same page. My assumption has been that since it is a water department asset, that all but a small amount of the money would go to the water department with a modest amount retained by the town for administration of the lease or collection of the, lease payments, these kinds of things, which could be handled through indirect costs in a future cycle if this came to pass. So I have met up on site with one of the cellular vendors. I've been crystal clear multiple times in writing, every single conversation. If this is authorized by town meeting, it would be subject to a competitive bid process. It would go through full procurement. Just because carrier A happened to contact us, they would have no inside track, and they know that, and that's been crystal clear, and they know that, they know how we're bidding. But when they had first requested a visit on site, I reached out to Mark, and we both agreed that, as long as we're crystal clear, you're not getting any like, there's no like insider conversation here. We felt it was good free advice because they know the industry, we don't. So they were able to take a look at the height, see what they thought, whether it would be feasible. They have advised, they had contacted me to say, just would the zoning allow them to go up from the height of the tank? So I put them in touch with our building inspector, Sam Jocelyn. And he said it would. They did say they would need to go up about 30 feet above the current elevation of the water tank. That's what the zoning would allow, and that's what they feel they would need to get the coverage that they need. So the request before town meeting, assuming it stays on the warrant, would be to authorize the town to enter a long-term lease. And we did receive from town council a form of RFP. Town council's done 100 of these all over the Commonwealth. And she sent us one that she had done in another town pretty recently. We haven't really dug into the details on that, but the kinds of things we would put into an RFP are things like ensuring that if there's a need for off hours and access to the site, and it's obviously a secure site, so if they needed off hours access and that implicated staff time to give them access, that would be absorbed by the carrier. It would obviously deal with the revenue sharing. It would typically, you would include a provision that they're giving the kind of the premium location to public safety for public safety communication. Would get then that would be at no cost. So there's certain things that you kind of put into the terms. And then typically these sites can accommodate multiple carriers because they're all operating at different frequencies with different distributions. So I know Mark's done some research with some of his counterparts, and it's very, very common for water tanks.
Is there a ballpark what the revenue could be?
So when I was in Westford, it was on the order of $3,000 a month, and I was there from 2010 to 2013, so that's a long time ago.
You've done about the same thing.
You've done some research. I've done some research.
I've had some of them between 3,000 and 4,300.
Yeah. So that's still.
And that's one carrier.
That's per carrier.
That's per carrier, exactly.
But you gotta be careful, the town's the primary, that you don't wanna get like Verizon and they start subletting to others, you gotta be careful when the post from that.
Right, gotta make sure you're getting the second and third carrier.
Correct.
Rather than the,
Correct, exactly.
yeah.
Well, most carriers like to put up the tower and then
Right, and
fund their tower, they.
sublet it out to somebody else.
Carriers. The RFP's gotta be very specific on this.
So what could be the objection? Are there any health objections that someone could raise?
There are, people will, when it gets to permitting, they will. But when I was in Westford, I went through permitting on a couple of cell towers, so I saw a lot of studies, and there is no, I don't wanna put my name, I'm not a doctor, but I can tell you that every study I've ever seen says there's no health concern, so.
Well, now, like 25 years ago, we passed, we have a bylaw for it.
Yeah,
I don't remember the proper terms, but whatever the rays are, whatever it's very horizontal.
Oh, there's so many feet too, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's finished very quick, so if they wanted to put one on the building next to Page School, so it's gonna tank that.
Right.
And water towers are great because they're up above everything, so there's nothing at the same height. The other advantage of the water tower is you have the highest elevation because they need the pressure on the water tower, so.
Will this preclude any of the trail use in terms of security or anything? I imagine people asking about that.
they would ask about that, and I wouldn't think so, because the tank's already got, but that's a.
The trails run right through our access road from one
Yeah.
side to the other. I don't think it would
I'm asking, they're not like that, they're, having all these terms of security and stuff.
Yeah, they, a lot of times they do it for more security than might exist now.
Yeah, they was, well, we talked to the gentleman, this was only one of them, when he went up, he loved the idea that we were gated, so they didn't have vehicle access. The tanks gated, and if they do something, they'll probably have a small fenced in area outside of our fenced in area, so that if they need to come up. They don't actually have to call us every single time, they only need to call us if they're actually, they'll inform us that they're going up there, so that we can inform PD. And then they can go up and work on something during the day. In their lock section, so that they'll do a small secure enclosed. Because they wanna put a generator up there too, so.
Another comment to Angus's, and he talked about they have the right to put it in to public utility, all that kind of thing. Our zoning, I don't know if it's still the same, was written such that providers had to look at municipal properties first. But even if they didn't want to use ours, or we didn't let them, pretty simple to go to Groveland's water tower, which is like 200 yards away.
Right, yeah,
Don't blow this opportunity, be my comment. It's a good way to help with some of the financial issues with the water.
anything to
department.
save the ratepayers money is a plus.
So, I'm just a little bit concerned about the timing and the procurement process and all that, is that something additional you can take on in the next 6 months?
Once the authorization was provided, it doesn't specify, it doesn't have to happen right away. Yeah, I do think, when I first reached out to KP, I was very explicit with them, because I think it was like mid to late December, and what we had on our plate, so I was very specific in saying, we have next to no staff bandwidth, and I even said, I think I used the exact words, I said that we would be looking to KP to do a lot of the hand holding on this. And that's when, I reached out to Tom Eck, and he was thinking it was a contracts issue, and he referred to Sharon and said, no, she's the person, and she said, we've done 100 of these, here's a recent complete RFP. She's like, well, we would handle whatever you needed us to handle, obviously, the procurement would go through Caitlin. But legal, would be, yeah, and ideally, we could, build into the thing that we would recoup whatever costs we're incurring to put the thing out to bid. Maybe there's an initial, they'd have to pay us $10,000 or something to offset the cost to get the thing out the line.
We have to put this on work plan.
It's a work item, yeah. Yeah, if it's funded, it's definitely, and if it's,
We're
yeah,
gonna go forward with it for funding, we should be considering. that.
yeah, no, I think.
Not on board.
There you go.
Yeah.
We'll make a motion on that later, or at the next meeting, or?
Well, you're talking about that later tonight, although not just specifically at things.
Yeah, we're talking about taking things off, so it's kind of,
Well, a big void, you can put something in there. But again, most of this can be contracted out, there is a guy who talked about it before.
David Maxa, yeah, I worked with him. last
Between
week.
he and KP Law, I think there'd be very little.
Yeah, he and I actually did a presentation together down in New Bedford many years ago.
We contracted it with throughout our zoning.
He's great.
25 years ago.
Yeah.
I have a question, for your experience in Westford and other communities, when it was referred to as a long-term lease, like what is
Like
like
30 years.
30 years?
Yeah.
Has anybody looked to see if there's adequate power out there already?
They'd have to run power up, and we just did new power going up to the tank for the new tank. So there is new handles, spare pipes, that sort of thing, so.
Yeah, cause they used to, wow.
Yeah, and they'll be responsible for their own, they're not gonna be using ours.
Very good. Okay.
all right.
Make a motion to us Article 46. To support the town and the water department with into a long-term lease with cellular provider on water tower at Great Hill.
Second. All fair?
Aye.
Same time.
Motion to endorse Article 46.
Second.
All in favor? I don't need better supplement company, what's the
Yeah, every single time I drive by Chris's house on Main Street, I drop a call. Like every time.
I think I read the rationale.
In terms of just so, and not looking for any kind of decision tonight, but just so we don't run into a future kind of misunderstanding. Select board, are you generally comfortable with the premise that, and Mark, you're gonna wanna hear this. Are you guys generally comfortable with the premise that essentially all the revenue will go to the water department? Netting out any modest amount to administer like a lease, which I think would be a fairly trivial amount. Just so we don't run into a
I don't know
misunderstanding.
what that cost is.
Oh, yeah.
The legal and all of the.
Right.
Costs.
Yeah, those would be the one-time costs, but
It'd be a similar approach to what you do with indirect.
that's how it looked at
Yeah.
it. But I just didn't wanna end up with some like misunderstanding
Yeah.
in 6 or 12 months where, cause actually, I mean, you could probably tell a story that might tell you. This was on the table 15 years ago and one of the then select board members basically
Wanted 100% of the revenue.
for the town.
You know, it's like, you're gonna put cell towers on there, we're getting 100% of the revenue, and
Meaning the town, yeah.
the town gets the revenue,
That's
correct?
kind of what blew it up, correct?
Yeah, yeah, Mike's like, well, we're gonna have a fair amount of time where if they do need to access for, you know, to get into the tank, that sort of thing, there'll be a lot of water department interaction with them. You should get something out of it. He wanted zero of that, that was planned. Yeah.
Probably could have done it on an 8, but.
You don't use the last, eh?
We all do. Thanks.
Let's not throw blame on.
There's no sunset on this.
It was actually there, huh? No.
So there probably should be a sunset. right?
Is there a sunset?
I don't know, I mean, the sunsets are really for expenditure articles, so, yeah,
Yeah, there's nothing that flows out there.
no.
Because we kind of open in the process if you don't have a sunset, if we get, because this was put out to bid, for Pikes Day a number of years ago too, when they got their bids.
Mm.
So if you don't put a sunset, theoretically, the water department come back in a year and rebid it if they wanted it 5 years. I think it's prudent to put a sunset.
Prudent to put one.
Yeah, step closure on it, yeah, if they want it, if it doesn't happen this time, 10 years down the road, they say we want it, we don't have the technology.
Yeah, but what would
Maybe
be,
do it
that would be 28.
That's fine.
28. Yeah.
Hey, Brian, sunset, 6/30/28.
All right, we're good.
Yes.
That budgets?
Thank you, is that the one, what was the one for the Merrimack, was that an article too, for the, please be clear, there was a.
Oh, yeah, the prior year unpaid bills, they had already.
That's different.
Yeah, but more recently, just for the record, the water commission did vote to authorize payment of the bill, so with the passage of that bill would be paid.
Great.
I just didn't want to be guessed on our discussions.
Yeah.
So just to be clear, we're gonna be changing the operating budget article. Based on what you mentioned about,
And then 3 to 2%.
yeah, we'll take care of that, I'll put Jen on that. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have
Thank
fun.
you, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
Enjoy yourself.
Thank you.
Jim, good to see you make it on time.
Of course. 30 seconds through.
Sit. All right. So we'll go back to health, sorry for the delay.
It's all right. All good.
Let's see. Okay, so, I guess one question in your budget is you carried on COLA, increases, right?
I believe so, yes, that was the directions, I believe.
Not non-COLA,
Right.
so you should not carry non.
What they did,
That was-
but in the number in my
Right,
column.
so I just wanna make sure they're aware.
Yes, right, yeah.
Yeah.
I just carried COLA, not the steps in the
Right.
budget I carried. for.
Yes.
Right,
Okay.
yep.
Just wanna make sure.
So that's coming up,
Well, it's not in Anne's budget.
okay.
Yeah, so that's the explanation on the first page. And then the contract for the New Holland contract, that's playing, right?
Yeah, we're working on it.
Yep.
Process it. Where to do that.
Any questions, Chris?
What is the process? Are you getting separate bids?
We already get two bids, one was significantly higher than the other. So obviously. Pretty straightforward, but still the process we have.
Is Gmail, what's the other,
Seller,
and Gmail is higher?
no.
Lower.
Oh, really, okay. Good, it's not with experience. So how does the Covanta thing work?
As to what?
What part do they play in our disposal?
Currently, right now, they don't.
They don't.
We contract with G Mello and then Real World, which was Cavanta. So Cavanta sold to Real World, so right now, they take our. We pay them directly for the tonnage, but based on the new contract, it's all looped into Mello's price, so we're not. Right now, we get two bills, one for Mello for hauling and one from Real World for disposal. For
Okay.
tonnage, and now the new contracts with both the seller and G Mello or flat rate for hauling and disposal of the solvents.
And Paul, I know that the recycling bid kind of varies often year to year. Is this gonna be a good year next year with that?
Potentially, like you said, we originally had budgeted, 430 tons of tonnage, for recycled. We backed the, estimated tonnage down to 400. But we kept the dollar amount the same at 43,000 because of the tonnage costs.
Yeah.
And if you do the math, or, break that up, January, when we did the original budget, we were paying just under $102 per ton for recycled disposal. And based on this budget, we're put a number on 107.50 per ton, but at 400 tons, not 430, and that would keep the 4,300. Yeah.
Evens out.
And that's pretty reasonable because I live in Kingston, New Hampshire, and I saw what the town of Kingston was paying. Waste management for recyclables, and it was $180 a ton. Which was double their trash. So again, based on the new contract from, either, based on the new contract from G Mello, it was proposed that same as today is that they only charge us the market rate. So if they're only charging $88 to $70 a ton for recyclables, that's all their transport is opposed to us. So that's what their contract says, and that's what we're doing now. So it's fair to everyone that if the price goes up, we pay more. And it's back in, I think, 2012, we were making money for the settlements. That's 13, 14 years.
And
So Paul, I had a comment in my recommendation to the FinCom that with the bid process having been complete, but the contract not executed, I'm recommending you carry a conservative, meaning a high enough amount.
Yep.
With the understanding that if, once the contract's negotiated, if it had to be a lower amount, that could be amended on the floor of town meeting.
Yep.
Do you think the number you guys said the other day is a conservative number?
That number we sent the other day is Gmail's price.
Okay. So, but with regard to like the variability on if tonnage was different or something, or recycling cost change, would that be absorbable within the budget that you all?
Potentially, I think I'm not sure, we never saw what you recommended. So.
Oh, I had the same numbers you did.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I didn't change, other than taking out the non-coal change,
Yeah.
I didn't change.
I mean, I would say it should be sufficient, but we could up it and then modify it, in the next month or so, once we fine tune it, because we do have. Hopefully between now and town meeting, we can have the contract executed, so
Yeah.
it makes sense to do that, because. Make it a little higher now for discussion, then lower it at town meeting if need be, once we negotiate. Get the contract reviewed by town council.
On the steel landfill monitoring, what would have to happen for us to use some of that PFAS money to offset those costs?
For my end, nothing on our end.
Do you know, Angus? What-
It has to go to town meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, speed.
So would that be something that would be a separate article, or okay, so it's, okay.
And if you look at the spreadsheet I provided for the landfill, most are, I think it's close to $19,000 is really related to the PFAS.
Mhm.
Uh,
So then that would not work for this I guess we could do it in the fall and we still apply this year's budget.
That's right,
Mhm.
yep.
Do you happen to recall how much is in that?
So, in person.
How are you familiar with that?
There's still settlements that are expected to come in, right, so that will fund that PFAS special account. So. For this purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the cost of the water is going up so much, it'd be nice to offset that cost.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
So there's 35,870, .61, 35,870.61. Plus. We have an article request to transfer from free cash another 16,000.
15,000.
So I just double checked my spreadsheet, it's gonna be close to $26,000 worth of PFAS. 13,000 for the landfill PFAS testing, and another 13,000 for the residential PFAS testing. So we have to test twice a year, landfill for PFAS, but every 3 years at the private wells. So this is a big hit for the private wells for PFAS, but we don't need to do that again for another 3 years. Okay. So that's why the landfill cost kind of goes up and down.
Yeah.
And this year it's a big hit because it's time to test the private wells.
Okay,
So maybe in those tough years.
that,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, so we'll look to do that in fall then. Offset some of those costs.
That's a great idea, yeah.
Questions from FinCom?
What was the balance in the PFAS account?
35,000, and we'll be appropriating hopefully 60.
And the PFAS testing
It'll
is
probably go around 26.
26, but 26 doesn't occur every year, only.
Only right now 13 that should recur every year. So we get 26 for this next fiscal year, this current one we're working on, and then after that, it'd be 13 or 14,000. Well, not 13, 14,000 for next year.
So
Yeah,
we're gonna have
yeah.
enough to offset the PFAS testing now, and the.
You would, it just needs a separate town meeting article, so I mean, so you would, could vote to reopen, but it's just, I think at this stage of the process. I think Wendy suggested we do it at the fall town meeting, it still gets captured in the recap for the tax rate.
All right, Jenny?
Yeah, so I would just suggest doing the delta over the 13 and not, just so that you keep it in the budget
Yeah.
for the 13, and you're not getting this up and down. You know, of year to year,
So it'd have to be a town meeting article every year to do that.
every 3 years.
Oh,
Because it's this, what Paul, this private well testing.
no, I
that is-
understand
yeah,
that,
yeah.
why would the, I guess.
Because that's a recurring expenditure each year, and if you fund that from a different, if you don't raise that in the taxes, you'll have this up and down effect in the budget.
Yeah, hopefully we can fund that entirely every year, but we'll have to see how much money comes in.
Yeah, do you know what that?
No, I mean, we don't know.
Yeah, we don't have enough track record yet, but, okay, good. Right?
Yeah.
Good with that?
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
no articles, right? Great, thank you.
And I don't know, Paul, if you probably hear when I gave an overview at the beginning, but unlike prior years where they voted each section of the budget as they've gone, they're gonna vote the entire top to bottom budget next Wednesday at their final meeting. So if there were questions or concerns, they would have brought them forward now, so I don't think you should expect any like curveballs next Wednesday, but just so you know, they're not actually voting till they have kind of the total budget.
Yeah.
So that's good, you're not gonna hear a motion in a second about the.
So when will the discussion about the salary adjustment be brought on?
So salary adjustments are not part of the budgeting process, they're part of the performance evaluation process.
Which it was in this case. The result of the performance evaluations triggered the request for salary adjustment.
Yeah, so those are made by the town manager as part of the performance evaluation process. If you remember last year, we voted to set aside a certain amount of money to
Yeah.
fund step increases. A grade increase is something different, that's you know, that you have for the job responsibilities, so there have to be a formal request to the town manager to consider that, but it would be part of the budgeting process. It's a personnel related issue.
But the job performance evaluations was not done by the town manager, it was courthouse. So,
Right, the town manager implements the performance evaluation program.
all right, so what do we need to do, I guess?
Nothing will happen for this budget year.
Okay, all right, moving forward, what do we need?
Well, if the select board puts aside money for step increases, then that would be a possibility. You could present the results of the performance evaluation and request then, but we did not vote to fund any performance increases this year. Just focusing, we'd like to do a higher COLA than two, but we'll have to see how the rest of the budget shakes out. So, yeah, I think we are gonna be looking at grades in general, pay grades, and making sure everybody's in the right one. And once we have the new HR manager on board, but that's months away, so.
All right, that's fine, I think we weren't unaware of that process.
Okay,
That's why we submitted the paperwork as we did.
well, you're not the only department, so. I guess it's not really clear to people, but, yeah, so that's the deal on that.
All right, sounds good.
Okay. All right, what do we have next here?
That brings us to, I believe, select board affection the budget.
Okay.
It's creaky there, man.
Thank you, guys.
All right, sounds good, thank you. Have a good night.
Bob. Yeah, idea what patience is.
Really?
Great.
And I'll have it in my packet.
Yeah. Yeah, 67 out of 95. Should we ask FinCom how much time, like, are you gonna turn a pumpkin at 8 or? I'll be fine. Okay.
I got a basketball game to watch at 10, so that's my.
Mine's already going.
All right, so, I don't know what I'm saying is. Funded 10,000, right?
Yeah, so, and then, there's a chance I might be going. Ever know that? Says it right there. Okay, all right.
Somebody read the packet.
We're at the packet, yeah. So it's for,
Within the select board budget, I think at town meeting, somebody's gotta say, this is not for salaries, because. Well, people on Facebook sit there and say, we're getting paid all this money, we get exactly zero every year, same amount. They say, oh, they should cut their pay and fire them all, well, that'd be kind of tough to do.
Yeah, I mean, this is an unknown at this point. I mean, we do have. Well, I guess this is talking about technical services, right? So it's
Yeah.
consulting.
yeah, it wouldn't be a salary wage line.
Yeah.
It would be a contract typically, if there was gonna be an interim, and even if even if my situation is resolved, fairly promptly, and, even if the select board got right on that, which of course they would. And even if the process was very efficient, it's still, whomever you'd be hiring would presumably need to give 60 to 90 days notice in their own position after it plays out, so it's just inherently a lengthy transition process, and so my recommendation is that you preemptively carry some amount for that interim service. And Wendy and I do have a call scheduled for early next week with someone whose firm provides those services, not about engaging the service, but just to get like what would be order of magnitude cost. And I had a brief conversation with him early today. He said, generally you don't get full-time effort. And I said, well, that's gonna be an issue because if there's any period of interim, I mean, I know the hours I work and it's not like on the special stuff, it's the baseline stuff. It takes an enormous number of hours and so my advice to the board has been. You're gonna need as much time as someone can give you, and someone coming in 20 hours a week is not going to cut it. I mean, Jenny, I don't know if you wanna jump in, but.
No, definitely, I read that and I was like, oh. No.
Well, but still, you wouldn't have an interim at the same time as you, so there would be an overlap, so as long as we carry your salary.
Yeah.
I think that should be okay.
Yeah, because there'd be a vacancy, but that would be carried to the salary wage line of the town manager section.
Right.
And couldn't readily be expended for, I mean, unless if they were hired
It
as a,
was their suggestion that.
it
yeah,
would be
it
hired
would
as
be,
a, okay, so it would be
yes. Yes.
paid out of payroll.
Yes.
Okay, okay,
And based on, I've done research a while ago, what Ipswich is paying their temporary, it would cover it.
okay, well.
Yeah, let's
That's
just leave it
enough.
at that.
Yeah, we'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, so I'm not sure we need to carry additional money in the select board budget, but.
We also have the unbudgeted, wages. Line.
Right.
True,
if
that
it's
is true,
employed.
yeah, if it's an employee, that's certainly a resource,
Yeah.
yes, that
And
makes,
not only
that makes a
that,
big
but,
difference.
So if we were to hire this firm to, so under the Town Manager Act, there's a requirement for a search committee to be formed, with the replacement of town manager. And so I had spoken with this consultant. This is the firm that's gonna do the organizational assessment for us. He said they also could provide a separate contract to work with the search committee to come up with 3 candidates for the select board to consider. So, I mean, that's some amount of money that we don't have budgeted anywhere, and there's no article for it. So I don't know if this is a place to put that money.
Personally, I don't think that you would need that kind of headhunter service.
Not a headhunter, to work with the committee to identify what we're looking for.
With additional funds in the operational assessment budget already, 26 versus 35.
Yeah, I don't have a feel to that would cost. So. All right, well, we can work this out.
Yeah, we can, I mean, tomorrow's meeting, we can talk further
So,
about.
do you have any input as we're?
So there's probably no chance you're gonna hire someone and they're both gonna be here at the same time. Yeah. They'll be-
No, I talked to this consultant, he said his recommendation is 1 day max. People don't wanna. Like, Angus could get his work done if he's trying to have another guy.
Right,
or
right,
woman chat with him, so it's just, he has found it's not very efficient. That was his recommendation.
But if I do move on, I'll be right here in the region, I'm not gonna abandon, Jenny and Rebecca and Amanda and everyone, so. Although, anyhow, it all depends, which, if it depends on where I go, I might not have time.
What about the issue that you just mentioned about step ups, that you're gonna set aside some money for that?
We're not, we
You're not-
did last fiscal year, or was it 2 years?
2 years ago.
2 years ago. We, at the start of the budgeting process, we said we're gonna put aside, was it 25 grand or?
About that, yeah.
And then as the employees went through the performance evaluation process, if they got a certain, number, like 4.2 or whatever the number was, then that, they can get a step increase for that.
So if he wants that employee to get a raise, there's no money that.
Yeah, it's not part of the service.
Yeah, one of the real challenges with administration of that is that, because we have a very decentralized form of government, and there are a lot of different appointing authorities, a lot of different supervisors, everybody's doing separate. So for instance, the Board of Health conducted 2 personnel evals for the 2 employees. I conducted 14 for my direct reports, library directed 8 or 7 or 8 for her staff, everyone, so you have a lot of different people doing evals, so. When they're coming to me, and they need to follow a consistent format and a consistent form. But how people grade, if you will, varies, and this is part of why we need the HR manager, because this became. The year that step increases were provided, it cost me hundreds of hours. And
People are still not happy.
People were not happy.
Yeah.
People who got steps were happy,
Right,
but everybody else was not happy.
right.
And it's the kind of thing you just need an HR person because it's really, it becomes very, it's like a no-win situation. And I would argue it actually hurt morale. Because more people didn't get steps than did. And it's not to say they're not doing a great job, but there was a finite amount. You know, it's very difficult when you have some supervisors who are supervising one employee. And others who are supervising, like Chief Dwyer, you know, at one union, but he's got a lot of non-union employees. I have a lot of non-union employees. It's very difficult to administer. So the following year, the select board took the approach of increasing what had customarily been a 2% COLA over the years to go to 3%, saying we're gonna take a comparable amount of money and spread it over. It's not a huge raise for anyone, but at least it's something. And so this year, that'll be part of what we'll review tomorrow is what will be the recommended COLA. But at the beginning of the budget season, it was clear that non-COLA increases were really not gonna be considered. So.
So the fact that the FinCom has that 50,000, I guess that could be a little buffer for you if you needed someone like that to work with the committee.
We don't have 50,000.
Not anymore. No, I'm saying for next year, next fiscal year,
Next year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could be, yeah. So on just one point on the whole step increases, I would like us to look at a different system perhaps that it's based on longevity, you know, as long as the performance evaluation is good. Because it's just, people need to feel a sense that they're moving up, and if there's the same step for a long time, you know, it's quite a bit of dissatisfaction. Also, something we're gonna look at, is there a better way to do this so people feel more engaged and it's less onerous on the town manager to try to, you know, balance every department's way into the evaluation, so.
When we did do the steps that one year, I basically apportioned them proportionally to the amount that department comprised of the wage budget. So let's say Department X was 14% of the overall wage budget. I was like, okay, well, what's 14% of what they allowed me to spend, and how does that? So I really tried hard to be. I tried the best I could to make it as fair as I possibly could, given that some of the employees in the organization I work with very closely every day. Others I really never work with, you know, library staff or other, other than the director, and, you know, I just don't have the visibility. So I tried very hard to be as fair as I could, and you know, it just, people don't see that. What they think is, you know, did they get a step? And if they didn't, they feel diminished, and that's very unfortunate. That was the opposite of what happened, so.
All right, so should we check out the town manager budget?
So let's see, I've got it, nothing, it hasn't changed. This is what I have on the screen up here now was not part of what was in your packet, because I kind of had to rush out on Tuesday for some reasons. But it's unchanged from what had been presented. So there was a, you know, subset within that on the I want to talk about the committee attendance.
Before I had a question on the additional work that the prior assistant town clerk was doing. Was that in your budget or in the town?
Oh, no, that was in the town clerk, so we can cut that out for tomorrow. Yeah, and that's on the notes that Jenny had sent me.
Yeah. So I think a couple of the committees that we discussed their budget, we said there'll be money, and we didn't want to have a separate budget. So we talked about a policy earlier tonight for training and professional development that boards and committees would petition the select board. And so we'd have money in our budget to pay for it, rather than burdening the town manager's office with talking to all the committees on this. So I don't know.
Ideally, I'm overseeing that for departments and staff, but ideally, I wouldn't be getting into that for committees, and under the policy, the board considered that would differentiate the two.
So I don't know that we need to put additional money in for that, into the select board.
Well, so would you envision that coming out of operating expenses, I would assume?
Yeah.
Not professional technical, you typically
Yeah.
underspend the operating expenses, so generally you've had, I mean, year to date, you know, you were only at 32% through second week of February. I did carry a proposed reduction in operating expenses down from a little over 5,000 down to 4,200, just to, oh, wait a second, no, that's, hold on, I'm looking for wrong. Oh, I carried 5,000, so just a $75 reduction.
Okay, so I think that should be adequate.
I would think so, yeah. What do you think, Jane?
So I'm just trying to think of, really, there haven't been too many boards really requesting. If this is for travel and training for the boards.
Very, I mean,
Very few,
almost done.
yeah, so I think you would be okay, and as long as, the tree committee understands.
Well, there, so we've got Fred on now, do you wanna,
I can really see so.
Oh, yeah, he is still on, yeah.
Okay.
That was a separate one in our packet, so treatment.
Yeah. So that had been embedded in the DPW budget that was taken up at last week's meeting. And it had been requested that that be discussed tonight. So-
Yep, so Fred, are you with us?
Yep.
Hey. So I don't know if you caught that, we're, several of the committees, the last couple of years, we zeroed out their budgets and just, acknowledged that there would be money for the items that they typically need to expend money for in the town manager budget or DPW budget and so forth. So, we had talked last week about the tree committee should not be like a budget within the DPW, but be handled similarly to other boards and committees. So the $400 for Arbor Day expenses, that kind of thing, that could be taken from, the DPW could fund that. But, any training or, things like that would be coming from the select board's, budget. I don't know if you were on for the earlier conversation about this or not.
No, well, I was told 7 o'clock, so.
Okay,
No, you were told no earlier than 7 o'clock, Fred.
Right.
Right.
so, I guess, one thing is that, I think you put in for travel and training for committee members, tree committee members.
Yeah,
Correct?
I'm not sure what the question is because the budget is essentially unchanged. The only thing that's gone up a little bit is probably in case we need to do tree planting, that's the price of the trees that we would order has gone up a little bit. So that's why this might be $200 more than it was last year, I think. I think it was 1820 last year or something like that. But the training has to do with trying to be, there are two aspects to it, one of which is to bring the non-professionals up to speed a little bit more. But the main use of it is to look at developing problems so we can be in a position to advise the residents, which is our purview. So for example, last year at one of the conferences, it was brand new that there was a soil drench that could help with the beech leaf disease, which prior to that, there was no easily applied remedy for the beech leaf disease. This year we've got spotted lanternfly that's coming in, and so these conferences, they're really just two of them and maybe a webinar here and there, are where the tree folks get together with state people, with industry professionals, and we hear what the latest is, that both in terms of pests and in terms of remedies. So that's the main training. There is some community training that's a more minor expense, that some of the tree committee in past years has made use of, and those are put on by DCR, and it's a community training session that's, one day. So I don't know if there are questions about that. That's just what the focus is on the training.
Yeah, so the select board, the discussion I referenced earlier, the select board is working on a policy if we're gonna be managing board and committee professional development expenses. Just outlining what's covered and what's not. For example, professional certifications for volunteers would not be covered. But we do cover that for employees. So, so maybe we can follow up after to talk about the policy. I can update you on that. But the main thing of tonight is that the tree committee budget will no longer be embedded within the DPW budget. So just wanted to make you aware of that.
Well, then help me out here. So you said some of it will be in DPW and some of it will be elsewhere?
No, it won't be in the DPW. I was saying that if you have a certain expense, like for the tree, for Arbor Day, the DPW would pay for it out of their tree line, but it's not like part of their budget. It's not a line item in their budget. Small
Okay.
expenses, see larger, departments to help out with, typically DPW.
Yeah, and how would they know how to plan for what we anticipate?
Well, your entire budget is 2,000, which is a very small fraction of DPW, so, I mean, I don't think it's an issue if they budget for 500 or 600. They've also been supporting the open space committee similarly with like trail markers and
Okay.
that, so.
Well, whatever makes sense, so long as our, real modest expenditures are covered somewhere.
Yeah.
And then did you say that any professional development expenses would be then through the select board's budget or through the town manager's budget or?
The select board,
For employees.
no, for board and committee members. The town manager handles employee professional development.
Okay, and so do you need to be aware of what those costs are since they're laid out in the budget submittal that we submitted to you already?
Yeah, so we're not approving your budget, so it's not like, there's not a formal agreement. I think it'd be good for us to look at the policy and so we both understand, what expenses will be allowed and what won't, and then, we'll go from there. So the process would be, if you want to go to a conference, send an email to the select board chair, outlining the cost, what the date and so forth, and then get approval before committing financially.
Okay, and then the member, so some of these things, the membership fee covers the training session, if you will, which is what I pointed out in the extra memo that I sent you. So would the membership in Massachusetts Arborist Association and the Massachusetts Tree Wardens and Forestry Association be covered by the select board, or would be?
We'd have to talk about it.
Okay,
Okay,
well, I mean, what am I gonna say? Don't do it? I mean, you've already decided to do it, so.
we're working on, okay. All right,
All right.
thanks, Rich. All right. What's next in this?
So let's see, so just the main dynamic within the town manager budget in terms of the expense going up, is with and actually there's 2 points here. So the increase in the, office salaries and wages is because the, programs and projects manager position had been budgeted at 32 hours. This carries a HR manager at 40 hours, so that's really the delta of why that number is, you're seeing a significant increase there. But there's an important point here that I wanted to I'll paraphrase for Jenny, and she can jump in if she wishes, but she's made the point that part of her responsibility as town accountant is to make sure that the budgeting aligns with the actual programmatic areas of where the money is spent. And so with the creation of the HR manager position from under the standard UMIS accounting system, there are cities and towns that have an HR section of the budget. So she had said, really from a budgeting standpoint, that ought to be in an HR section of the budget, not embedded within the town manager. I mean, I totally respect that, and if that's the right thing to do, that's what needs to be done, but where under the Town Manager Act, my office is explicitly responsible for personnel administration in the town of West Newbury, like explicitly in the statute, I do think a strong case could be made that it is appropriate to carry a town manager form of government, or a town manager section of the budget. I don't care, in either scenario, the person is a direct report to the town manager, whether they're on paper a separate department or not. It's really more where the money is carried. So I wanted to make sure that's not something I had obviously taken into account when I was preparing the budget back in January, February. So I wanted to make sure that got included for discussion.
So Jenny, if we just left it as is for this year and then created a new line item next year, would that be okay?
Yeah.
Because there may be expenses that we're not anticipating as well for.
Well, that was her other thought is we really ought to carry travel and training and expenses for that. So I think that would be a great approach.
Yeah.
Do it for a year, see how it shakes out, and then perhaps disaggregate it for FY 28.
That sounds good.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
And yeah, so that's, and I did carry a reduction in town manager expenses. Just as much as I would love to do a town manager newsletter, I've never found time in all these years. And that is, I always carry about $8,000 to print and mail townwide newsletters. I've never found the time. There's no reason to think I'm gonna start finding the time now. So that's why you see a drop there. Be great if we could do it, but. Then on the finance department, the audit, the drop there is because, as you recall from the spring, we did approve the budget before a selection had been made and before a contract had been executed for annual audit. So we carried in the FY 26 budget the higher of the two bids just to preserve the option. The select board interviewed the firms. They ended up contracting with a lower cost of the auditor. And so for that reason, we can carry the 40,000, not the 55 that was in this year's budget. And then on the finance department expenses, we made a change in the ClearGov. We've cut the capital project tracking module because we just really not had the bandwidth to make proper use of that. So we gave it a try, and we just don't have the staffing to sustain that. So that's part of the drop there. Was there another?
No, that was, well, other than it just, which is not a big dollar figure, just, for KMS actuaries, it's a roll forward.
Oh, right, it's a roll forward here instead of the full actuarial. And I thought, Jenny made a nice point about the whole overtime, except for taxation, impact on department operations.
Right,
Anything else in the finance department budget?
questions there? Right.
On legal counsel, I included in the backup for tonight, we do a every month we update based on, no, that's not it. No, that was something different. It's this one here. So ever since Mike McCarron retired, we've been outsourcing counsel. We've kept very close track of how the money's gone, and every month I provide the select board with the legal invoices, which are quite detailed, and so that have full transparency. Very often they're getting the opinions as well, but there's also some day-to-day stuff on permitting or different issues, and that allows the board to say, oh, what was the issue here, and so it's good. And in addition to this breakdown, which is simply the bills, my office has a separate spreadsheet where we allocate the costs to different categories, whether land use or labor, or if there's a particular litigation, we'll isolate those costs. Water, for instance, collective bargaining. So we have a report that we provide to the board every month, an executive session of breaking down how those costs, what's driving the costs. So I tried to come up with in the budget number for FY 27. you know, I tried to come up with an amount that was reflective of kind of our experience generally, as well as factoring in the hourly rate increases, which we see every year, and you can't foresee the future, but I will say where we have seen fewer like big spikes, although that October bill, that was, I think, our single biggest on record of almost 14,000. A lot of that was Church and Prospect. I mean, there were like, there were a lot of other things going on in October too, but you know, there's always a reason behind it, needless to say. So I think I came up with 80 as the proposed amount, which I think is you know, it's essentially level funded from the current year. You could probably squeeze a little more, but with some of the things in the offing, you know, and just a couple of examples. It's a high priority of the select board to really continue forward with the intermunicipal agreement with Newbury for water. And that's, you know, we've been working on that. We've been setting the groundwork for that for years. And we've gotten some support from our outside counsel, as much support as we've needed, which has not been much. But if that really gains traction, that's gonna cost some money.
My comment too is I'd rather spend $2,000 or $3,000 getting answers on a legal question up front, rather than digging a hole that costs you 20 grand to get out of later. So, yeah, whenever we get our backs up against the wall, we said, Angus, that's legal. It's not a casual thing to say, but I think in the long run, it serves the town very well. So I think you stay close to the 80K. I wouldn't want to see it get shaved down.
Yeah. So that's what we got for town council.
When did we start outsourcing?
So McCarron retired in the summer of like 2022, I want to say, or was it 21? It was 21.
Oh, so all of this,
21.
all of this on this sheet is.
Yes, yeah, so that's when we started tracking the costs.
Okay.
Yeah,
And again, the advantage of this is we can get different experts in different fields
Yeah.
versus the one source.
Like what happens tonight?
Yeah, and serve us well different times.
so let's see, finance committee, you guys have obviously a very modest expense budget. That's really just to print the booklets. If you guys if you wanted to go to a training or a conference, that's where we pay that, although with this new policy.
Yeah.
Perhaps that would be paid for the select board, but that part of why we've carried that money, because that's the $4,000 is more than what's been needed for printing costs, other than that 1 year, which was when we had the MBTA and the stormwater, and it was like a very thick booklet. That was kind of an aberration. And then on the reserve fund, I always think that's a good thing to look at the very end of the process. Is 50,000 a sufficient contingency for townwide? Historically, it always has been, but you know, I think the more you squeeze other lines, the more you might want to bulk that up. I know it was 60 for many, many years, and then it went down to 40, now it's at 50. I certainly wouldn't have any heartburn if you went back to 60. I don't think you would.
I think it was me when I started, then with them 60.
It was
I
what?
think it was 80
Okay,
initially.
Yeah.
You came on and put down to 60.
yeah,
I'm good with 50 if everybody else agrees with that.
did you go to 60?
I'm good with 50.
Oh, with 50, okay.
I might suggest 60, but I'm really intent on squeezing some of these budgets, so you know, we could have a little bit of a buffer. But,
We're gonna have a lot of unknowns this year, I know that. I'd like the 60, but again, we'll try to squeeze this tomorrow, I think.
So coming out of tomorrow, the select board will make a recommendation. You guys can take that
Yeah,
up next
And at the
Wednesday.
end of the day, we have to stay within the 0.5.
That's the goal.
So.
Okay.
And then health insurance, this one, unfortunately, we had a big increase from what I had presented on February 12th. And that is driven by enrollment. There have been some staffing changes, new people hired coming on since we were preparing the budget in the early part of that calendar year. People coming on at a family plan. We've had a couple of instances too, I can think of, where we have current employees who a change in personal circumstances or change in you know, their own financial planning changed from either a opt-out stipend to a family plan, or change from you know, so those kind of dynamics we stay on top of, and then we carry at the bottom this contingency, and this 160 is a much bigger number than you've seen in the past. It's normally been more about 65 is typically what we've carried, and this is a result of the number of current vacancies. We've got assistant town clerk. Do you have the list? I have it in my
Six of
head.
them, so.
Yeah, there's 6 current vacancies.
Assistant town clerk. COA,
COA,
police admin, dispatch. And. So,
is it?
town planner.
And town planner,
So
yeah.
basically, we have to assume that people coming on are gonna,
The way we do it, I don't assume they're all gonna be at the family plan. I assume there's gonna be some family, some individual and some opt-out. But we then wanna build some conservatism into that, so I think we ended up with.
I think what we decided to do was to assume all 6 vacancies will come on the highest family plan, but that is with no other contingency, meaning leaving room that some won't do that. But maybe an employee, again, changes or something, so it's kind of contingency built into that.
how much did health insurance rates go up for us?
4.01%.
Which wasn't a big number.
No,
compared
the
to-
schools were happy with 8.
Yeah.
So is this the kind of thing we could adjust on town meeting floor if we hire some of these people and realize that they don't need a family planning?
We could, and even in the fall, if we're, we know better. We're there.
And COLA, I would suggest we skip over, guys. I have done some analysis in there, but I didn't get it into the packet. So I think that's a great thing to talk to the board tomorrow. Basically, we do a financial. We carry 2%. If we went to 2.25, 2.5, 2.375 or 3, what would that add to the bottom line? And if the select board is prepared to support a higher COLA, then we know that coming out of tomorrow, and then that would be part of what you're taking on next Wednesday, if everyone's familiar with that.
Okay, Medicare,
Medicare is another one where that's just a 1.45% multiplied by all the salary wage lines, so that we always kind of key that in at the end, once all the lines stop moving. That transfers to and from, I'm carrying the same 600,000 transfer into capital stabilization that we've done for the last at least 5 years. And while you could always put more in, I don't know that you can really put more in out of the operating budget while still maintaining that 2.5%. So you could probably bump that up a bit if you wanted to. But our general approach has been to take money from free cash and put it into capital stabilization as a way to continue to shore up that fund. And then we carry the 2 transfers in. So those are obviously reducing the operating budget. One is the school stabilization, one is the pension liability. And the pension liability is shaded in yellow because it was, corrected from the initial number. I think that brings us to the fees, bylaw. Is that where we are?
yeah, did you circulate something on that?
I did, yeah, I sent it around this
Okay,
morning.
not.
I sure, just a couple of minutes after you and I spoke, I had sent it. I think you were on the list, so.
Yeah, it's not. Oh, here it is.
So everyone by now knows the basic door number 1, door number 2, door number 1 being the Mass General Law. Door number 2 being the town meeting adopt a bylaw, which would require town meeting to amend anytime the fees are gonna change. And so town clerk has done a tremendous amount of work, starting almost the day after the fall town meeting. We huddled and we said, okay, we're gonna need to get a bylaw on for the spring. So she's been working with all of the departments to make sure that we've got all of the fees they charged, and in some instances, they had very clear published fee schedules, and that made it easy, and some it was, they might have it written on a envelope somewhere. I mean, actually, I don't know if you have a snapshot of that one thing you found. She found something that was clearly done on a typewriter, like
I can go in the office and grab it.
It was pretty, yeah, I mean,
I hadn't even noticed it, but we have a cash box, and the other day, opened it up, and inside was taped to the typewriter, it was like, intentions for marriage, $10. We have a fee schedule.
yeah, so it doesn't have a date on it and it doesn't have a source on it or when it was approved, but so. What we've got in front of you, is not necessarily the fee structure that we would recommend in the modern era. But it is everything that has been charged consistently, and so the approach is to get that done. Or to have the MGL adopted, and then at a subsequent town meeting, if there's a need to, or a recommendation to, some of our fees are really much lower than every other town. To get that done, but to get it done in a subsequent town meeting, because we really don't want to do anything to jeopardize resolving this issue, because when the voters, voted down the MGL adoption, it introduced a lot of uncertainty that we had not counted on. And one thing I did put in the main packet was just kind of the fees that we generate. Building permit alone, it's $224,000, I think, in the last fiscal year. It's a non-trivial amount of money. And, so we really just need to get this done.
So this will be like literally in the article that.
Yes, well, it'll be in the appendix. The article will be to see if the town will adopt a new fees bylaw, and it will reference appendix H or whatever it ends up being. And then, yes, this complete thing will be in the appendix.
Okay.
And I understand there were maybe like 2 health ones that didn't get added, that were added today or something.
Sorry.
Oh,
From across the road.
Rebecca mentioned there were like a couple of health department fees that didn't get in, that you're gonna add in.
Yes, so I went around this morning and brought the complete fee schedule to all the departments, and I asked them to review it and then come back down and or something. When Rachel came down, she was like, oh, we also have a well permit that's 200 that wasn't on the published fee schedule, and then they also take in stormwater fees that I guess are embedded into the bylaw, or not the bylaw, the regulated.
Stormwater, yeah.
They weren't thinking of those, so that's a little bit more complex. I was waiting to hear back. I didn't want to edit it. Today, I actually heard from one other person that said they had something, I think it was Caitlin's $20 municipal lien they
Yeah,
were
it's-
looking into.
Yeah,
Just a couple things to add.
so there will be one in next Wednesday's packet, and my recommendation is that you not vote a recommendation tonight, because you just got this morning. There's a ton of information in there, so we thought tonight we could talk about the fees issue generally, and then next Wednesday, we could vote your recommendation on the article.
I guess I'm just trying to foreshadow town meeting, but, and.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, I think one of the things we have to do as a team, and this probably includes Casey, is like, how do we prevent somebody from, saying, oh, why is it that we charge this, dog leash fee, like, you just get into the weeds,
I would say that a way to combat that is show them every other community's fee schedule. The prices are 5 times higher than what we have. We have really, really low fees here compared to other places.
If I could, my response would be, hopefully, we don't even get to
Yes.
this.
Yeah, I know.
But like when we are presenting the MGL, which will come up first on the warrant.
Right.
The strong recommendations to adopt the MGL, because I don't think any of us want to be having, but you will have those conversations if the voters vote down the MGL. That is exactly what we'll do. We'll probably have a 2-night town meeting with that.
Maybe we should just do like the example if we don't vote it and do like 10 fees, and it will be so terrible and we'll just vote for the legislation.
But if they vote they don't want fees, which they could,
Yeah.
that means that $250,000 we're gonna pay it still, it's gonna go back into the tax base.
Which could trigger an override posture, which could mean we'd have to cut the FY 27 budget at the fall town meeting. Because we wouldn't have passed an override, and we would have to, and I don't know, it would put us in override posture. I didn't,
But either way, with that
we
being,
haven't done that math yet.
that gets rolled in so that every taxpayer is paying, so if somebody goes out and goes to build a new house, instead of paying $5,000 for the building permit, we're all paying a share of that.
Exactly.
These fees are directed for services that the individual gets, it's not like you're trying to take money, it's just that you're covering those costs so the taxpayer's not paying for everybody else's stuff.
Exactly.
But I think that's the conversation we have to have.
And it's common practice, and it's really important how we present
Yes.
this in the meeting, so that, the first choice is gonna be this is what we recommend, and this is why we recommend it, because of the amount of fees.
Should be the only choice.
It really should, really should.
And in the fall, you know, as you know, we thought it was a housekeeping article and we got surprised and here we are.
Appreciate all your
Well,
work,
then we can
appreciate all
tell-
your work on
Thank
this,
you.
that's a lot of work.
And if the MGL does pass, we still will have to use this document. So the MGL allows department heads to kind of come up with fee schedules to present to the select board for approval instead of going to town meeting or in a city to a city council to have them approve it. And so we will still have a published, transparent document that everybody can see all the fees. So that won't go away. It won't just be like.
Yeah.
In
you
an
guys-
open meeting, which it would be still.
Right.
you know,
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
and
That's the baseline.
Five and a half
Any
months.
changes or.
Correct,
From
correct.
that.
Yeah, so this is time well spent, whether it becomes a bylaw or whether it becomes a fee schedule adopted pursuant to the MGL.
Right.
All the work that's been done is great because it should be transparent. It should all be in one place. It should be on file with the town clerk. So I think no matter what, we're gonna come out in a better place as long as one or the other passes. And I feel very comfortable at this point that it will. I think we've come a long way since October.
Sure. This is one, the rationale has to be really crisply written too, really.
I can sit with, I can sit with
Developing.
a finance committee member.
I do think, Jim, the memo that I had written, maybe, I don't know, 5 or 6 weeks ago, and it was just one page.
Yeah.
And it kind of set out, and it talked about the Emerson College case, which is like the court case that regulate, you don't need to go to that
Yeah.
detail, but I do think it's a good, pretty succinct overview,
Yeah.
so I would have no.
You volunteering for this, Russian?
Yeah, we didn't even vote on it. Yeah. Next week we vote on it.
All right. Don't get it. I think we skipped 15.
Yes.
Yeah.
Revolving fund.
Oh, we did, yeah. Yeah, so there were no proposed changes to the amounts of the revolving funds for the current fiscal year. The only one I was kind of really looking at closely as a potentially needing a change was the solid waste revolving fund, but I did correspond with Paul. And I'm at peace with what they're proposing. I do think it's too much.
It keeps growing, that's the problem.
The balance keeps growing, which is,
Just
Does that fund some of their expenses?
Yes.
Well,
You gotta get to the.
so I do feel, and I corresponded with Paul on this recently, is I do feel like my understanding when that was set up was that was gonna be money in, money out.
right, that's what they said,
That's what a
That
revolving
is-
fund generally should be.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's the nature.
so that's not, so we did get a report from health, when did that come in? The one with the breakdown of where the fees, where the funds came
Just,
from.
recently. within
It,
the
I
last
don't think it made the
couple of days.
packet.
Okay.
I can't remember if it made the packet. It's been a busy week.
Yeah.
Let me pull that up. So this is another one, if you want to table it, given that it's, you know, it's getting late, but,
While you're looking,
yeah.
did the reserve fund transfer, I missed that conversation.
Yeah, it was 10K. The
Okay,
prior one was 10K.
yeah.
Just like you said.
Okay.
Yeah.
But this one passed, you,
Yes.
it was voted, okay, thank you.
I mean,
Was it
2022 is
five-
15 grand, it's 48,000 now.
Is this the document? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so I got from, oh, it did come in on Tuesday. I don't know if it made the packet or not, because Tuesday was a little crazy and I had to leave the office a little in the middle of the day. So, yeah, I'm looking at a breakdown of the Board of Health
So
revolving
you
funds.
get the other things filled in?
Basically, this shows what they've pulled in revenues in each of the prior 5 fiscal years. For barrels, for overflow stickers, and for bulk items. So I don't really know why these monies are going into a revolving fund and not into a revenue account. Where they would just go right into the general fund. Because the whole reason this was set up is they were moving to the automated pickup. And there was the idea that if, you know, Gary Roberts wanted to buy a second barrel. The town would have to buy that barrel to give it to Gary, but the town doesn't have the appropriation to do that. So the whole idea was Gary pays $100 to the town town buys the barrel with Gary's money, gives Gary the barrel. That was the entire idea of why that's set up, and that's why it was set up at $175,000 the first year. Because no one, everyone was like, well, what if every single customer wants a second barrel? So it was set at this very high amount. A couple of years later, I dropped it to 50, and then there it stays, but
It should be maybe 5 or 10, I mean,
that's what I think, but I think, so anyhow, I'm looking at the breakdown of revenues. I got this from Rachel on Tuesday afternoon. I don't think it made it in the packet, just because of the pace of things, but in round numbers, they're getting about $2,000 to $3,000 a year on barrels. About $300 to $500 a year for bulk items, and the overwhelming majority is for overflow stickers, and that's between, looks like about 11 and 17,000 a year they're getting for overflow stickers. So that's all coming into the revolving fund, but that's not
the purpose.
that was not my understanding of the purpose of it. So let me pull up what Paul sent me, because I kind of pressed on this a little bit. Yeah, Rachel sent it. Here, okay. Yeah, so Rachel emailed me, this was, yeah, Tuesday. Paul talked to me about the creation of the fund and had the following thoughts on it. Looking back at the articles and remembering the thoughts behind creating the revolving account, I would recommend keeping it at 50,000 for the next couple of years to see if our trend stays the same. The biggest unknown is what will be happening with food waste within the waste stream. The ACES group being more involved recently, I would expect things to change within the next few years, and having the funds to handle changes would be beneficial. We added food waste to the revolving fund name to incorporate changes in waste stream bans. So I gather, like, if food waste is
It should be addressed at that time, the funds at that time, right, a savings account that just fallen away.
I mean, the food waste ban is 1 ton of food waste a week. I don't think we have to worry about it yet.
How does it reduce that revolving fund, where does that balance go?
Well, what's interesting, they're not raising that much money. It's not, it's all the number that's in the bylaw does is it sets the cap on what can be expended from that fund in a given year. So for instance, the summer rec, like they expend a certain amount, they have a more balance, but they set a cap on what they can expend. So when their actual expenditures have been, other than that 1 year where they did draw up the one time to offset a budget increase, the 11,000, other than that amount, if you back that out, it's been $5,000 to $7,000 a year that they've expended out of that. So there's no reason why there would need to be 50,000 authorized to expend out of it. If it was set at 10,000, let's say, and they still brought in 15,000, they can still bring in 15,000 in a year. They just can't expend more than 10. So I don't really understand what the reason is to keep it at 50.
But why would they keep building a surplus if there's no plan to use it anyway? That could go to pay for your trash contract. It could go it's gotta go somewhere, that's my point.
Yeah, I mean, it's over $41,000 or 48.
Or the PFAS testing we voted tonight, 26,000.
Well, it's got it, so in the bylaw that establishes the revolving fund, it defines the allowable uses of the funds. So it couldn't go to PFAS, but it could certainly go to offset your solid waste.
Well, didn't the Parks and Rec, when they had a certain amount, they're kicked back?
That was adopted under a separate section of Mass General Law, under the Park and Rec field use one. That cannot have a year-end balance greater than 10,000. So as of June 30th, if it has 14K, 4K gets swept in the general fund. But that's distinct from every other. That's why that's not part of this article, because that doesn't need to be reauthorized at town meeting every year.
I think we should look at reducing that or even eliminating it. I don't know if we need a revolving fund, right?
I don't really understand why those expenses, because I thought it was for Gary to buy his extra barrel. Sorry to pick on you.
We got a lot of friends.
Well, the story actually is they bought all the barrels, then they told everybody it was automated.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
That is true.
that's how the process worked. They're
Yeah.
like, no, you know, we're gonna vote on this. I'm like, no, you've got the barrels, it's gonna happen.
It's true. That is
I mean, they
true.
might need $500, right, to get new people, somebody wants new barrels, very minimal amount at best.
Okay,
So do you wanna keep that on for next Wednesday, and that way we can do a little more, and I do think if we're gonna change it, I wanna let health know it's gonna be on, so that they're not surprised.
Well, they're gonna be here.
Not necessarily next Wednesday.
Oh, they're fine.
Well, you are. They could. But no, so we'll put it on for next, the revolving fund article for next week.
all right, and that's the last one.
Yep.
Great. This is not 50. Hmm.
Well, and if we aggregate the capital articles into a capital budget,
Yeah.
that'll reduce it by 10. Which by the extra expensive too.
Yeah, I asked them
Oh, you did?
we asked them a lot, I think their brain, whether they get out of us. Their liquor license is way over ours.
Yeah, well, and that was part of the recommendation Amanda was bringing forward. Yeah, no, she's really adamant that we're undercharging on some of these things, but. You know, we gotta get to where we are before we get past where we are, so.
I have a couple of questions before we adjourn. One of them is, so next week when we do the big vote, the way you anticipate it, Angus, that we just, is it almost like a town meeting where everything's gonna be presented and then we?
I would not intend to.
Line by line.
Yeah, I would not intend to re-present information. What I'll do is, we need to, Jenny and I are going through this with a fine tooth comb to make sure, so for instance, like with the building department backing out the carpeting, to get that into the spreadsheet and to make sure everything's accurately reflective of what came out of each meeting.
Yeah.
And that will show us the new bottom line with the updated health insurance, for instance, it was presented tonight.
The COLAs.
Where the COLA, where does that bring you with regard to 2.5?
Yeah.
Does that lead the board tomorrow afternoon to recommend either any other changes? So what you can expect to receive in the packet is the complete detailed line item budget. And I'll continue to use this, system of including like, if one of these lines changes, to put in a date so that you can see that it's updated, something like that. And then, but no, there's no intent to like re-present the information.
But we request any modifications to the bank.
Yeah, any modification.
Yeah, that would be.
Early on, Wendy had made up this little matrix for me to fill in, it's like each budget, and then I said, I can't keep track of all these things on a weekly basis. So if there's anything I thought about, you just made note decide, we'll discuss that tomorrow, and it's like, well, we wanna pull something out here, add something there. That's what will be.
Yeah, so one example that the board will definitely be looking at tomorrow, we did this year as part of the budget package for the first time. My office with Jenny's assistants put together travel and training, basically a questionnaire for every department to fill in their staffing levels, what kind of certifications or licenses do they have, what are the continuing ed requirements, if any, what are the typical conferences or workshops they would attend, and basically what's behind their travel training budget. So that has allowed us to look more across the organization of, is there general parity in terms of how different departments are budgeting. So that's something that right now those costs are embedded in various expense lines. If, for instance, the select board says they want those to kind of be changed in any way, those are the kinds of things we'll be talking about tomorrow.
And then my second question is on the rationales, like, so in the past, we've given, I think, to Ross, who kind of accumulated them and. All right, all right. And do we, what is our, can you refresh my memory what our deadline is?
April 1st.
April 1st. Wet from our beds.
Yeah. You had all said, we heard, I take it about.
That's just April Fool's Day, he's a fool, April Fool's Day.
With the
Some of us
exception
have been
of,
doing it as we're going.
Oh, yeah.
so the revolving fund article and the fees article are on for next week, so obviously there's a little grace period there. But every other article but those has already been voted.
So if there are changes to the budget, would it be possible to add another call?
Yeah.
Like, have a town manager?
Yeah.
And a
Yeah,
final
Yeah.
budget call?
Yep. Yeah, I could even restore kind of, this might be interesting, I could restore like just town manager proposed, revert back to the February 12th numbers exactly as they were presented. And then add a select board referred. And that way you can really see exactly like, and that'll document all there weren't like that many changes, but there were a bunch of them. That's a contradiction. Like there weren't a large number, but there were some little ones.
It's gonna be tweaking, yeah.
Yeah, so, but that would be easy to do. Cause it's just a different column in the,
So we really have gone through and reviewed the town manager budget, in our minds, that's what we've
correct.
reviewed.
Yeah.
So if we could look at any changes to that.
Yes.
That would be good.
Good, that's what we'll do. That's easy. That's actually better for us too. Good, yeah, good.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Yeah.
Thank you. 4-1.
Anybody want us to stay?
Works.
Good night.
Good night. Bye, Henry.
Thank you.
That's really nice, all right, I appreciate it, yeah.
So, what are the, work plan, so this in the packet is just from the website. right?
Yeah, it was expedient and I knew I had done that very, very, very carefully. And so rather than try to figure out which Excel one like aligned with that, I just did that because I figured that's the one that's the public facing.
Okay. All right, so Chris, what are our criteria here? Let's regroup on what we're having.
Fine. Yeah, obviously, I think things like pickleball, anything that's on autopilot and almost done keeps going, right?
Yeah. We want to start at the very beginning.
I can print it back and.
It is,
I think, I got that smaller back, it's got that stuff.
it's after the,
Who puts it up on the big screen? I can play
It's
this.
54 of 93, so it's about midway through the select board packet.
it's right after the results.
Good, which you find really great. I started looking at these individually, and it's like without knowing a lot more about them, it's not to make a decision.
And these are just the value added ones, not the baseline.
Correct, yep.
All right, water regionalization, we're not realistically gonna do that in the next 6 months, right? I mean, we should, but.
Trying to find a way to do that.
There it is.
No, the next 6 months. They've got to get through all their studies, which is kind of advantageous.
I mean, unless you took the position that you're gonna kind of continue to advance this point, that needs to be explicitly part of the.
No, we didn't get anywhere with that.
That was pretty clear.
Yeah, so are we gonna change the timelines or just? What's your intent? What is our intent? Really?
I think you push it out to a different time frame.
All right, so we're just gonna move on time or move the timeframes.
What do you think that's the right thing to do?
Yeah.
Anything that's not gonna kill us, you're gonna have to let it slide.
All right, are you making notes? You have a hard copy? Can you be the scribe?
I will be also, so we can.
Oh, I thought you were looking at something different.
No, I've got.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What time, do we push it to a time frame specific or just say hold?
What you could do is just suggestion, you could at this point say FY 27 rather than specifying first half, second half, and then when you guys meet in, you know, July, you know,
Yeah,
that way
okay.
you're kind of the whole year and then you front load or back load.
Okay, that sounds good. All right, what about the budget forecasting tool? That's not gonna happen.
Well, I wish, so Jenny just left, but, do you mind grabbing her? Thank you. So she did a lot of work on that DOR forecasting.
Mhm.
And I know we've met a couple of times. It's been a few weeks, but I know we were really hoping to get that done this cycle. As you know, the last 2 months, I mean, really forever. It's just so busy. So I don't wanna speak for her, but she can kind of tell you where we are with that. And what it takes and how, so for instance, if she says she's put in 80 hours and it's gonna take another 5 hours, then I would say, let's find, you know, and we might not get it done till May or June, but let's find the time. If she says it's gonna take another 60 hours, then I would say,
Let's feel like many of these things is how far and who's doing it.
Yeah.
How far is it down the road?
So Jenny, on the multi-year forecasting tool,
Yes.
if you had to guess, like the amount of time you put in like if, are we at the 10-yard line or are we at the 20-yard
I
line?
think how much time is left is what we're asking.
Yeah,
So
cause if we're relatively close, we don't wanna like
Relatively.
abandon it.
we're,
But-
no, I would not abandon it.
No, delay it. We're looking at what projects we should.
But if you delay it, you gotta populate a whole new year of data, that's the thing, like it's not a one-time thing, it's
Well, I've rolled it forward, I've put in all the data, all I need to do now, which is a big piece, it's the most daunting in my eyes, is the personnel piece of it. Cause it really factors in every position, and as we know, a lot has changed, since even this model was done. So it's just gonna take time. And then I'm a checker, I just need to make sure everything is linking properly and doing what it's supposed to do, and
So do you have an estimate of how much time?
I really don't. I mean, if I could put a day, like a day aside, I could probably get it done.
So you're the only one that's working on this?
Yes.
So I think we should, if she's working on it,
Maybe.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're trying to, things that take a lot of staff time or supervision, we just wanna kind of put on hold while we have all this transition, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if we're that far into it, we don't wanna like abandon something that cause you
Right.
put in, I mean, would you even guess like how, you put in a lot of hours on this?
Yeah.
Including the couple of days of trainings that you took, I mean, that's part of the time.
Okay.
And really just, I mean, a lot of it is just getting to understand how it works and just trying to understand that. I think, you know, somebody who's comfortable with it and familiar with it probably won't need as much time other than that personnel piece of it. I think that can be eliminated in a like a pared down model.
It's like
thing.
too detailed.
Yeah, yeah. I'd love to sit with you and show it to you and, yeah, so if you wanna do that, we can look at it.
All right.
Thanks, Jen.
Okay.
Now you go out.
Yeah,
Quick,
no problem.
All right, facility zone and master list.
So I'd like to keep that on.
Who's doing that, Brian?
So Wayne had done a draft of this a number of years ago. That was how his mind worked, and I have it, and I sent it off to Caitlin and Brian in the late fall, early winter. And I said, you know, we have this on the work plan, we'd like to have this by the end of the fiscal year, so I think it's something that will be helpful for continuity. So I think there's no reason by June 30th we wouldn't have that.
Okay,
Yeah, and I think you guys will like it.
all right, the retiree policy. That seems,
27.
yeah, right, based on what Tim said.
Yeah, I mean, we have a draft, if we scale it back to what he's saying we can do.
But do we need what's scaled back?
So that would simply say, in addition to some other like things, but one of the main things would be that in order for someone to enjoy the benefit of health insurance as a retiree, they would have to actually be on the health insurance at the time of retirement. Because right now, someone could leave service, come back 10 years later, retire from the town and not be on health insurance and all of a sudden be the town's responsible for 50% of their health insurance for the rest of their life. Another thing that gets a little dicey on this policy is coverage for a spouse in the event the employee predeceases. Is the town continuing to pay health insurance for the spouse? That's gonna depend on if you have a local policy that says one way or the other. We have no local policy.
So on all these, I think we have to decide who's gonna be,
So Caitlin's the point person. Caitlin Gilbert's the point
and
person.
do they have the time?
She has the time,
But we also have to take into account your supervision. which-
correct, like,
So I think
yeah,
we should hold up on that.
yeah, okay.
The remote work I think this is important, but I don't know, is this something you're working on? or-
It's a very daunting
Yeah.
thing, and a lot of towns, it's in Ipswich, by the way, like, it's the exact, they don't have a written policy, they kind of, the manager kind of exercises judgment, but when you boil it down, and put it in writing, it's very difficult.
Mhm.
So,
So we're not gonna put time in that right now.
I think an HR person is gonna be needed to make sure that that's done in a way that's,
Okay,
that stands out.
so do you have a list of things that we're, planning on the HR manager taking?
I think we all have lists. We don't have a single list, but each of us, have our own lists.
I feel bad for that person already.
They're gonna be busy.
Community handbook, I think we're pretty close. Amanda sent me a copy of that, right? So I think. Would you say we're,
work on it together?
Yeah.
Need feedback and.
yeah, I think we're pretty close on that, so I would recommend.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be a really good thing to.
Yeah,
It's gonna advance some of your other objectives as well.
HR manager, yeah, that's,
Tank it. I just did that for the reaction.
so, yeah, you gotta figure out where this person's gonna sit.
Yep, yep.
Alright. Organizational assessment, we're going forward with that, right?
Mhm.
Pickleball, yes.
Yeah.
I don't think we can do anything on the water potential right now, so do you wanna keep it FY27?
Yeah.
Viva? Just going on with that.
So it's really, Butch has identified the sites he thinks make sense.
Yeah.
What I've told Viva is be sure to tell us before you like go drop signs, because we know that could have. Would likely have some kind of blowback. They said they weren't planning to do signs anytime real soon, although it's been a couple of months since I've talked to them about that. I guess the question is, if you all are content for them to place signs where logically makes sense, we can check that off the list, because that's already been provided. But if you feel we ought to be reaching out to everyone within 250 feet to say, hey, there's gonna be a sign, that it's a matter of how you wanna handle it.
This is just on Main Street.
It's a state road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about the police chief? I would say if Butch and the police chief agree, just go, I don't have a problem. Yeah, we can-
There will be probably people who,
It's public property.
it's a state road
Yeah.
and it's public transit and, obviously they'd be cited in maximum sensitivity of the area, but at the same time, it's, you want stops in places where people go.
Yeah.
So if you're comfortable with that, it's already done.
Okay,
They're not placed yet, but the locations have been identified and MIVA has very specific criteria in terms of there's gotta be a landing area on both sides, there's gotta be a crosswalk. You can't just place them anywhere. So there's only a subset of places where they even.
so you have a list?
Oh, yeah, he has a map.
Oh, can't we just put it on an agenda and?
Yeah, we could bring it to the board to vote the list, or
I
vote.
can't deliver it myself. I
Yeah.
still find the stickers in my purse all the time. Yeah. At Vivo,
Would you involve?
Yeah, we can, do you want it to go to the board?
Butch and the chief say it's good, I'm fine. I mean, you're not gonna get better direction than us to. If you wanna bring it in, just to make sure.
I'm just imagining it.
Yeah, why don't you do it, we'll just circulate it, just so you see, and then if you wanna put it on an agenda, you can,
Just
but
if there's
otherwise.
pushback, it'll come to us, and if we have, that's all. I think we just should be aware of what we're approving.
Okay, good.
Alright. Yeah, park, that both, River Road study, there's really minimal staff.
Minimal staff time, yeah.
Right. Parking barriers. I think that, needs to wait, FY27, okay. Signage, this is something they're doing, but,
On the pilot, I mean, it's all already approved and they're rock and roll.
They're not really doing it, but it's on their, this isn't something they would do, it's not something Butch or anything else. would
I'm
do.
not taking town staff,
No.
so leave it.
Okay. Mill Pond Trail Markers, I don't know what's happening with that.
I have
The
no idea.
CPA money's gonna expire, doesn't it? Sunset this,
I
June?
can't recall. It's so good, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, no. It's a committee-led project, so they're not gonna need staff, so.
I think it is.
Yeah. Hunting policy,
It's gonna hold.
yeah. Land disposition,
That's well, in essence,
It is.
yeah.
that's going with a consultant,
Yeah. I mean, we still don't have the feasibility study results.
right, so that's in the consultant's hands, so just
Yeah.
leave it for now, let them,
I would say FY 27.
okay?
What do you think, Angus? We're not gonna get anything until. No, June or.
Well, and even if you do, you're not
We're
gonna
gonna
have
bring
time to
it
really
forward. Yeah.
get people engaged in it.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I mean, I have my doubts as to whether what they present is gonna be.
All right, zoning amendments,
Kind of tough to do anything, right?
The parking table, that's already, I mean, that's one of the ones that's on the, for the spring.
oh, all right, so this can come off then. right?
Yeah, and then the table of allowable uses, that would be 27.
Okay.
That's been on Sam's wish list for years. He will get it done.
This inventory for agricultural use, that's kind of. What we told them was just come up with a list, but they're already like pushing for lease agreements and who's gonna supervise it, so I feel like we kind of need to dial that back.
I thought they already came to us with the list.
Yeah, but now they wanna pursue it, now they wanna. So,
I don't remember seeing a list.
well, Rich had it and he read it to
Oh,
us.
okay.
It wasn't a formal, so.
Okay.
So I would say FY 27 on that. Yep. The library comp plan is posted, yeah. Utilization, this is a duplicate, or is this just general region information?
That's more general and, you know, we had a specific thought in mind on that.
Yeah,
Um,
so hold on that, I'm not doing anything on it, right?
No, I'll be in people's mind, but. Specifically, no.
There you go.
we axing that, we can take that out of the budget.
Harbor bylaw,
Well, what? Is there anything critical that, if that?
no, it's just one of those things.
Just the housekeeping item.
Yeah. We're on the next one.
That's another kind of question for Jenny as to why that's. It's so much more difficult than you might imagine.
Yeah, okay,
But yeah, I would say definitely FY 27.
Okay.
If it gets done earlier, great, but it's, we've been working on it for years.
President, 27.
yeah.
And the new resident welcome package, that's, is that at any real stage of progress? Personally, I don't see that as like a big priority.
I've not started that.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, then that's definitely,
And find a college intern who wants to upgrade it, let them do it.
yeah, I think,
That's something I have the senior tax workers
Yeah.
asking me for projects every single day. So if I had a little bit of time to get stuff, like, they can
Yeah.
help with that.
okay, yeah, once we get you your
Yeah.
assistant, that'll help for sure with freeing up that time.
All right, form of government, that's FY 27.
But in a way, I mean, that's not underway, but I think that organizational assessment will surely lend some insights on that.
I
Yeah,
hope so, yeah.
so you wanna change the date?
No, put it to 27, right?
Yeah,
It's fine. It's not that far away, to be honest.
EMA structure,
I think this can be delegated. I mean, I've met with the chief on this a number of times, including during the eval. I mean, I said this is something I'd like to, so I think if you ask for a report on that, it's, because it's not work I'd be doing.
yeah,
This Mike?
Yeah, there's a backstory on that.
well, I think we should just leave it for 27.
Yeah, that's where it is anyway.
All right, cellular, that's sooner than FY 27.
I think if we get the vote, in my view, I would cross it off the list as kind of the town meeting vote is a big threshold. Beyond that, it's at that point just going forward. It'll be a continuing administrative issue.
Yeah, I just feel like this is gonna take more work than you're anticipating.
No, it is, it
So
is,
I really would like to
Yeah.
delay this
Okay.
until, you know,
okay,
So by 27,
I think later than that, FY 27 is July, right?
so like,
Yeah, so I would say January next year, which is still FY 27, I
Yes.
guess, but just so we're in agreement then.
January, probably 27 January, that's it.
Alright, perfect. Decarbonization. It'll be by 27.
so is there the direction to actually implement aspects of that?
No,
Then,
is it off? I mean, so the practice is if the committee asks for something, we put it on and then
Okay.
manage it by the date, so I would say.
if you put it on for 27, then to July with the full board, the full 3-member board, we can revisit that. I did hear one of you say the other meeting that that one of the police proposals was gonna be contested at town meeting as to why it's not heat pumps. Did one of you say that?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I wonder if that's something that we could kind of stage a little debate at a board meeting to hear the pros and cons in a more of a dial down, but rather than the floor of town meeting, because it's.
I don't know who said it, but I've also heard, I just made myself a note to talk about that later. I'll be more than happy to address it from my personal perspective.
Okay.
And I think Brian can defend it pretty well.
I
too.
think he can. I know he can because we had the conversations.
But he said, he's got the knowledge and the education.
Yeah,
I've got the personal,
The anecdotal experience.
yeah, it's no different whether it's a commercial heat pump or residential. It's just not at the level they need to be, so I think that can go on town floor.
Okay, soldiers and sailors,
I don't know what status, just sitting idle. I know there've been proposals for housing, so I don't know, I'd say 27 or later.
the dock, is that underway? Yeah,
after,
I think we put it on hold.
yeah, I kind of lost track of it around December.
Who's involved with that though? That'd be Brian
Brian.
and Concom.
Brian Contra.
Well, Mill Pond is the ones pushing their project.
But all I'm gonna say is with what's going on in town hall, they can still accommodate that. It can stay on the plan as is, because it's not a whole lot of benefit in town hall, right?
Yeah,
Well, it's gonna be permanent though.
Yeah, that's up to them.
Yeah.
Well, it should be.
The reality is they don't have the ability to complete permitting stuff, so it's gonna fall on the agent or some other person. I think we should push that off.
So timeframe.
I can, let me talk to Brian about that, because if he, if he feels like he and Dan can do it,
I still don't.
I don't wanna stop them from doing something.
But it has to go before Concom.
I know.
It needs a formal, and
Right.
Dan can't do,
Right, he
An
can't be the
application.
applicant and the reviewer,
yeah.
so,
Well, no harm leaving it there. It's just gonna stay static and nothing's gonna happen.
So I think we should put FY 27, that's fair, and then
all right.
complete streets.
Personally, I'm a little cynical as to that, if that's even something we wanna do.
Yeah.
It does open some opportunities for grants, but the finding grants is not the issue we have, it's managing the ones we have, so.
Just remove it.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I think as long as we're knowingly not doing it instead of just overlooking it, but I have looked at the program. I don't think it's. Get a lot. For
River Road, I thought that was already done.
Well, this is implementing it. I mean, there's signage up, but the signage is really confusing. And I don't know what this means enforcement.
well, there was the question that came up, obviously, when it was approved as to whether the police have the authority to enforce it. And if they don't, why are we doing it? You asked that
Yes, I
question.
know.
Yes, you did.
Oh,
And,
okay.
all right.
Yeah, the signs up, that's all you can expect.
All access trail. 128.
The last I heard were this open space thinking of going to the fall town meeting for like design funds and try to go for a trails grant next February or March, or the land, not the land grant, mass trails grant.
Yeah, but I told him that wasn't viable.
Okay.
28.
Yeah. River Road boat launch. We should take that off.
Yeah, I think at this point, it's,
This next one, I mean. Should we just leave it at FY 27? I mean, we had said we'd look at it in August. But that was before we knew.
Let's see what August brings, right?
Okay, so just put it FY 27.
Yeah.
Right. What about this next one?
so this is on the warrant for the supplemental funding.
Yeah,
So if that passes, I really think that's just signing the contract with Forestry Whitten and then Paul and Butch kind of handle that. And I think they're fully capable and have the time to do that.
all right. So it should just be FY 27 then.
Well, if it's approved April 27th, I would sign the contract probably right after town meeting and turn them loose.
So this next one, why is there no date with it? I don't remember putting that on there.
Oh, I don't know.
I mean, that would just be a.
Yeah, that's,
more
yeah, that's, I
Brian's.
think, cross that out. I think Brian's dealt with like anything that was urgent, I think he's already dealt with.
Basives. Is that, that's Dan,
Yeah, that's Concom, that's got nothing on.
well, no, but it's Brian and, not Brian, Paul, Butch. And that's kind of big.
The idea, Chris, is to get to like, and this is an idea that me and Butch and Paul are in total alignment on. A lot of this was before Dan was hired, but the idea is to come up with essentially a template of a single 11 by 17 sheet of paper that would have the map of the property and a clear, simple, color-coded kind of what's gonna be actively, where we're gonna try to actively manage the invasives. It could get into, mowing time of year, similar to what Wayne had done, but with a little more. And to do that for one property, bring it to the custodial body, whether that's the select board or the Concom.
Big project, in other words.
Well, it is a big project,
Yeah.
yeah, but to do it for one and then come up with something that's clear and simple. And then replicate that for all the other town properties, so yes, it is a big project.
27, 28.
What was that?
27 and 28 is probably.
Yeah, I think that's
Say
good,
FY 27 in the year.
Slash.
yeah.
I think the pond, that can stay the same. These are all FY 27, right?
Already, yeah.
Yeah, so do you wanna talk about them individually or are you good?
No, because we're trying to clear the plate of the immediate stuff.
Right.
So.
So the next immediate one is the fire department operational study.
What would you think about, maybe after the immediate budget crunch, maybe like either late April or into May, invite the fire engineers to just see if we are on the same page in terms of what we're trying to get done from the study?
So I would make it FY 27.
Yeah,
I think you can still do what I was saying, put it for 27,
Yeah.
because there's no way that's immediate.
So, I met with Dwyer earliest this week. We have to appoint fire engineers. He's recommending we go to 3,
oh, yes, okay,
so. So that's in April, right? So,
it is in April.
April 9th maybe, is that from meeting?
That would be good, yeah, I don't think we have a lot there.
What about this resident donation of land? That can stay, right, for 27.
Yeah, none of those are immediate, so.
All right, so establish public access to the river, that's,
You can swim anytime you want. What does that mean? I don't know, really.
It's tied into the
Land.
tax title property and it's playing out through the land court.
Yeah, there's nothing to do.
Yeah, that's kind of just going along in the background.
You go.
Good, well, that was nice work, guys.
all right. Now we gotta stick to it.
Okay,
Don't add anything else.
Well, we have to add the cell towers now. Well, that was.
I was on it, that's what I was laughing at.
Remember, I see this stuff thing, you let him. But.
How's doing the paper trail?
Oh, I don't believe
It's
it.
on there, so I
It's
like
been
it.
on my list probably since 2018.
Yeah.
All right, so we didn't have anything else, right? All right, so I will be going to executive session. MGL chapter 38, section 21A3.
And maybe just make note that the agenda was reposted, so the second. Or the first executive session item that had been listed is not on tonight's agenda. And will not be taken up, so it's just A3 as Wendy said.
Debate, if I don't second, we don't have to do it. Second,
All in favor, read on.
well,
So the board will recess to executive session and come back to open session for the sole purpose of adjournment. Thank you.